Thank you so much for tuning into No Soundbites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have the conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, don't forget to subscribe, share, and leave us your comments. Your support helps us reach more people and continue to bring you the hard-hitting discussions you won't hear anywhere else. Follow me on the major social media platforms like X, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, and more to stay updated on upcoming episodes and join the conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Until next time, this is Michael Voss, and you've been listening to No Soundbites Allowed. Stay informed, stay engaged, and as always, don't settle for the sound bites. Oh, it's almost done. Look at that. That went much faster than I thought it would. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. I'm going to be with you in just 1 second, just trying to make sure that I've got everything up to date so that everyone can see it. You got to love Windows 11, or in my case, you don't, because it crashed yesterday. And it's completely thrown me off on everything. Had to reset a lot of stuff and reorganize my computer. Actually, I've been working on that on and off throughout the entire week. It has been a complete mess. Thank you for forcing me to have to use Windows 11. Microsoft, you're such a wonderful company. But that being said, folks, bear with me just a few seconds more as I try to get everything in place so that we can have the show going smoothly. So I thank you for your patience with that. And I believe we should be up on all channels now. Should be. Bingo, we're up on every channel. Okay. And so, folks, I thank you each and every one. I am Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. I am with you today to talk with you as we do every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to cover not just the news that is breaking, but some of the issues that you may not have heard about. We do long-form political commentary, and that means we look at how we got to where we are now and what might happen as a consequence going forward, something that many of my colleagues don't do. And we talk about the issues that the mainstream media really doesn't want you to talk about at all. They are adamant to keep you silent and unaware. Now, and that means that they suppress this channel on a regular basis. And it's very frustrating. But we can defeat that, of course, with a like, a share. If you subscribe, especially if you subscribe, we are able to combat the attack on free speech that has been going on for over a decade now, as we have been covering on this channel from the left, trying to make sure you obey and comply, but never ask a question. We don't believe in that on this channel. We want to hear your voices. We want to hear your questions. We look forward to seeing your statements. And you can reach us on Rumble, on YouTube, on Facebook, much of the social media, to type in your comments to us. We are always happy to hear what you have to say. And let me also mention and here we go. And so the first comment I'll put in there is, welcome everyone. I'm so happy to have you here with us. I truly am. I enjoy doing this every week. We've been doing this for 8 years now. And this is season 7, episode 12. And I'm not going to stop. I enjoy you being here with me. First thing I want to address real quickly is some housekeeping to make you guys aware. Next week is my birthday, April 6th. And from 9 a.m. until 9 p.m., I will be on a live stream direct with you. We'll be raising money for the Jericho Project, which helps homeless and veterans. And I think that's a worthy cause. So we'll be raising money for that project throughout the entire time. I can tell you that we will have both, I believe, Kit Cabello of Hard Lens Media, and also Larry Sharp, a noted libertarian. They'll be joining me at certain parts throughout the live stream next week, as well as we may have some members of our Patreon that will be joining us live as well to ask whatever questions, to have a conversation about whatever issues that they deem fit. And I'll be talking with you the entire 12-hour period at least. It is a marathon. And I do this every year. This is how I spend my birthday. Some people go out and they'll have a party. They'll go to a nightclub. They'll get drunk. I spend my birthday with you. That's what I think is a great way to spend my birthday. I spend it with you. That being said, going forward, I want to make sure you're aware that tomorrow, the 31st, at 6 p.m. to 7:30, Curtis Sliwa and Gonzalo Duran and Jason Murillo, all of them are candidates in elections in 2025. In particular, Curtis Sliwa is running for mayor of New York. I will be covering the event. This is being presented by the Midtown Republican Club. That will be at a Cafe Ara, and I will be there at about 5:30 tomorrow. I will be covering the entire event. I most likely will not be covering it live. I will tape it and then present the full event for you after the fact. Depends on how the coverage is in that area. It's a little spotty. But just to, again, make sure you're aware, I will be there tomorrow. I will be there early. I will set up and I will be covering Curtis Sliwa. I may be able to interview Mr. Sliwa. I may be able to interview Gonzalo Duran and Jason Murillo about their races as well. This is part of our ongoing effort here on the channel to make sure, excuse me one second. There we go. It is part of our ongoing effort here on the channel to make sure you are informed about elections, about candidates, where the mainstream news media has already picked their candidates. They have their political agenda that they're trying to promote, and we see this very often on CNBC, MSN, mainstream news media. We often see that they will ignore candidates they don't like, and I disagree with that. Every candidate deserves to have a voice to present their choices to you, the public. And we will make every effort to get out to as many events and to speak with as many candidates as possible to make sure that you are informed about elections that will decide the future of America. And I want you to be involved in that process. So I will be there tomorrow covering that. I'll be there live. I may or may not be covering it live at the time. Now, for those who are unfamiliar with the channel, our format is, and if this is the first time that you are with us, we welcome you. We thank you for being part of our audience. Our normal format is we cover breaking news first. We then get into international news. We take a small break because I have a 14-year-old dog who at the moment is not feeling well. That's why I'm a little bit rushed today. We literally just got back from a walk. He's not feeling great. I don't know if it's because of the weather, which has been bouncing around, or if it's a cold he got. But then I walk him at about 2.5 hours into the show. We take a small break, and then we come back, and then we finish up with domestic things that are happening around the nation. And in every instance, we are looking at how this is affecting the world, how the world is affecting America, what we can expect from the future. So if you're new, that's kind of the format. Throughout all of that, I am always happy to hear your comments, your super chats, your Rumble rants. I'm always happy to have those conversations, talking to me about whatever topic. If there's something that you believe is important and that it should come up, or if there's breaking news that I have not seen, I'm happy to hear your voice, to hear what you have to say, and to talk about whatever issue is important, because this is a conversation. It's not me just speaking to you. It is all of us speaking together. Whether you agree or disagree, as long as it's respectful, I'm perfectly happy to hear it, and let's have that conversation. Challenge me if you think I'm wrong. I'm happy to do that. I will provide links to every source that I have at the end of the show, after about an hour after the show. I'll provide all the links of everything that I'm presenting so that you can read each and every article, see the sources for yourself to make your own decision, because you're an adult. You have agency in your life. I believe that because I'm a Republican. Democrats don't think so. They think you have to be spoon-fed everything. There is such a big difference in the way we look at the world, isn't it? Okay. All of that being said, let's move forward a little bit. So, one of the things I wanted to start. Well, no. There. Sorry. Again, thank you. Windows 11 screwed up my computer, screwed up some of my programs. I'll deal with it. Anyway, one of the stories I wanted to start off with today is, this is something that's been going around. I've seen it a lot on Twitter over the last several days. People are talking about the 22nd Amendment. They're talking about Donald Trump may be running for a third term. And it is true and correct that Donald Trump himself said that he may be seeking a third term. Now, I honestly don't take this. This isn't serious. This isn't anything that really anyone should care about. I don't believe Donald Trump's going to go after a third term, nor do I think he would get support for that. I truly do not. There's a reason why everyone is restricted to just 2 terms. And that's a good thing in America, unlike many other countries where there aren't limits for that. And we see that morph into some pretty bad things. What is going on with my computer right now? Why is it doing this? I don't know what's up with. Okay, the article's back. Okay, article's back. Don't know why it's acting up, but I'm pretty sure that's because of something with Microsoft. But anyway, so Donald Trump has said that there is a way for him to be president for a third term, and that is true. In fact, if he were to run as on a ticket as a vice president, say for J.D. Vance or Elise Stefanik, or you name anyone, it could be Marco Rubio, it could be any of the politicians that you can think of, they would be running as essentially a fake presidential candidate. And Donald Trump would run as their vice president. And then once elected, if they were to win in 2028, after being transfer of power, once in 2028, they would then resign as president after the inauguration. That's the word I was looking for. After the inauguration, after they've been sworn in, after January 6th, when everything is confirmed, they would then resign their position. Donald Trump would assume the presidency because they are no longer president, and then he would have a third term. And a similar transaction could happen in 2032, theoretically. Now, both because of age and because of the nature of politics in America, I don't think that's realistic. I think that's a fantasy. I think that Donald Trump is he's trolling the American news media. He's doing this on purpose. He knows that when he says, oh, maybe I'll run for a third term, it's, there are ways that I could do that. It's technically possible. And this is driving Blue Sky insane. The far left and the mainstream and much of the left-leaning news media are losing their mind, saying, we can't let Trump have a third term. This is insane. We can't do this. Look, it is legal. If Trump wanted to go through that process, if someone wanted to destroy their career, to be elected president, to go through the entire process, which is not simple, and to get beat up and attacked nonstop, saying that they're just going to resign, and they do just resign, destroying their career, their credibility forever, because they would have mocked and used the American people, that person would have no future in any business. They would have no career in politics ever again. No one would ever trust them for anything whatsoever. And millions upon millions of Americans would be angry with them because they have lied, because they used a dirty trick. And that's one of the reasons why I don't think this would work, because the American people won't vote for an obvious dirty trick. Not that politics isn't dirty, not that politicians are above doing something like that. They have and they will. That's both Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, Conservatives. Every political movement have used dirty tricks from time to time. But no one would vote for this. You would see it. And there would be a reaction, a backlash from the public rejecting this individual. So I do not see this as being a problem. Yes, there is a loophole in the 22nd Amendment. Yes, it is possible for someone to run in a third term for president. It is possible. But that would be so obvious, so blatant, that I don't think the American people would ever vote for someone doing that. I don't think this is real. I think this is Trump deflecting from other news stories that we will cover, like what's happening to Elise Stefanik with the UN ambassadorship, like what's happening with Signalgate, which really isn't an issue, what's happening with the economy, what's happening overseas with the Houthis and the Red Sea, what's happening with Ukraine and Russia. This is a distraction. And I think people on Blue Sky, the far left, they are so obsessed with Donald Trump. He lives in their heads 24 hours a day. We have seen for the last decade now that Democrats cannot make it through. Pundits, politicians, the news media cannot live a day without talking about Donald Trump and telling you Orange Man bad. They've been doing it for a decade now. Orange Man bad. That's the answer to everything. Every question in the universe, every issue affecting politics on the face of the earth is Orange Man bad. And that fear, that terror that they live with 24/7 for the last decade is the reason why Donald Trump can say, I could run and get a third term. Maybe I'll be a president in 2032. They will lose their minds. That's all they need. And then they forget about everything else that is affecting America, everything else that we need to focus on, everything else that will affect the future. They don't care. And that's why you see people talking about the 22nd Amendment, talking about a third term of Donald Trump, and you get articles like this from the Economic Times that says that Donald Trump could stay president until 2037, something that no one, and I've been looking around across the internet, no one's talking about 2037. No one has suggested Donald Trump will be in office in 2032. No one. Forget about his age, which would be a factor, but just the deception and the manipulation that would be necessary to get that done. It's not realistic. No one is taking this serious except the far left, because they have TDS. They have Trump derangement syndrome. They can't think about anything else. And so I think that Donald Trump is putting out one of the most effective trolls on the internet, in social media, in news media of any politician that I can recall. He has them wrapped around a finger, and they are falling for it hook, line, and sinker. But since it is news, I figured I'd talk about it. By the way, somebody let me know, make sure that we never know. I always like to think that we're on YouTube and Facebook, but I don't know for sure. So do let me know, and also let me know about my sound levels. I want to make sure that they're okay. That being said, let me go forward. Some other breaking news, which I think is far more significant. There's actually news here, as opposed to news about Donald Trump running for a third term. It's just not serious. Is reported by ABC News. Now, this came out early today, and some people may have heard about it. A lot of people haven't. And this is the problem that we're facing in America. It seems that there was a protest at a Tesla sales display, car sales, showroom. And this was for the Tesla vehicles, obviously owned by Elon Musk. And there's a protest, several hundred individuals that are protesting Tesla. They're protesting Elon Musk. And there was a counter protest. Individuals that were supporting Elon Musk, the Department of Government Efficiency, the Trump administration, because Elon Musk is the second target for those with TDS. If you have Trump derangement syndrome, if you believe that Orange Man bad is real, and the answer to every problem in the universe is Orange Man bad, that's the cause of every problem going on, then you're anti-Elon Musk, you're anti-Tesla now. Remember, it was just a couple of years ago that the left were in love with Teslas. They could not own enough Teslas. They were telling you and everyone that you should own a Tesla, an electric vehicle, that they were willing to even try to mandate that you would have to own a Tesla because they were in love with Elon Musk, with electric vehicles, with the change in our environment. Climate change, of course, is the answer to everything that isn't Donald Trump. The solution to everything is, of course, climate change. That is, if you listen to Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, most of the members of the left-leaning Democratic Party. That being said, so there's this protest. They hate Elon now, as opposed to when they loved him before, because Elon isn't a Democrat anymore, which makes him a traitor to the Democrat Party, not to the United States, not to politics globally, but he's a traitor to their political agenda, to their political movement. They failed to think about, well, Elon Musk stopped being a Democrat supporting Democrat issues because they kept moving left, and he didn't want to follow them. They left him, not that he left them. And then as a result of that, to improve his business, to improve the nation, to improve the world in his view, he joined with Donald Trump, along with RFK Jr., also a former Democrat, Tulsi Gabbard, again, a former Democrat. It's amazing how many Democrats just left the Democrat Party or were left by the Democrat Party and went over to the Republicans because the left keeps moving left. Anyway, that being said, let me move forward. And so at this protest, a man came out of his car, a Trump supporter, presumably a Republican, but he's a Trump supporter. He has a vehicle with a bunch of flags. They're pro-Trump flags on his car. He gets out, and this guy, Christopher Talbot, a 70-year-old man, rams him with his car. See, this is the problem with the left. Whenever they get upset about something, they go to violence every single time. And if they don't get their way, they become violent. Not just that they have a protest, which is legal, fine. Expression of your First Amendment right, have a protest. But they always get violent at that protest. And therefore, the protest ceases to be just a protest. It then becomes a riot. It becomes a violent action. It's a mob rule. And Democrats do this over and over again. You don't see this on the right. You don't see this from conservatives or libertarians. You see this only from the left. You only see this from Democrats. There's a protest, and then suddenly windows are being broken, and they're looting, and they're stealing, and they're intimidating people who are sitting down and having their dinner, and it's chaos every single time. Oh, there's a protest, and they don't like, and then they wind up running a car into a building or into a crowd of people. Or in this case, Christopher Talbot, 70, runs into a 49-year-old man. Just rams him. Why? Because he's in a truck that has the American flag and says it supports Donald Trump. He has a Trump flag as well. Why? What is it with these people? And this isn't major national news. This isn't being reported in any major way. It's, oh yeah, here's this story. We just wanted to mention it to you. It's coming from ABC News. This should be something we should be talking about. Why is it that the left always feel the need that they must be violent just because someone else doesn't agree with them? Just because someone else has a different opinion, a different idea. And they do this all the time. Again, look at Minneapolis. They burned down Minneapolis. $2 billion in damages to the city of Minneapolis because Democrats were upset. 120 days of nonstop, day after day rioting in the city of Portland in 2020 because they were upset. Democrats were upset. They had the autonomous zones, which are crimes. They are crimes at the local, state, and federal level. They are, in fact, insurrections by definition of those autonomous zones. By the terms of those autonomous zones themselves, they are definitively, without question, insurrectionist. Always and every single time filled with nothing but leftists. In fact, sometimes from individuals from foreign countries, like the defenders of the Atlanta forest, an attempt at a autonomous zone just outside of Atlanta, and they committed arson. They were shooting at police. They destroyed public property that had been voted for by the city of Atlanta, by the people, to enable the police and the fire departments to better interact with the public. And these leftists came out, attacked and burned public property paid for with public taxes. They attacked police officers. They were shooting. And we see this every single time. It's always the left. You don't see this from the right. You don't see this from conservatives or libertarians. You just don't. And this guy showed up. So you have a man who shows up to support the sitting president of the United States, to support a department of the government that's only job is to increase transparency for the American people, to highlight and remove wasteful spending, useless programs, money that is being sent, taxpayer money that is being collected from the American people to send out to do things like pay for terrorism around the world. That is a fact. We know this now, that the Treasury has been greenlighting checks to fraud and to waste and to terrorists around the world for decades, and never once have they ever questioned it. They never once stopped a single payment, even though they know this group or organization may be fraudulent, that they may be backing terrorism. Didn't stop them. They just sent the check out no matter what. And this guy is mad at Elon Musk for trying to stop that, from pointing out to the American people how we have been wasting money over and over again. In particular, as we've talked about on the program recently, the Department of Education, which is not essential. It is not a requirement, and it is not a right. It is useless. And we know that the Department of Education, since its existence in 1980, in my lifetime, we have seen that the Department of Education, in its social experiment with the American people, has failed. Test scores in reading and writing and math have gone down substantially. What was it, 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago now? We were highlighting a story from Hartford, Connecticut. The Hartford Public School failed so hard that one of their top students, who's now in college, is suing Hartford Public High School, because she's illiterate, because they never taught her, because of the Department of Education, because of the mandate to have rote memorization. She was unable to read or write. And she's now in college learning to read and write for the first time in her life. And she's suing the Hartford High School. This is what you get from a Department of Education. This is the problem, that our education system has fallen, or rather our children have been, their level of capability has dropped significantly throughout the world. We used to be a leading nation. We're talking about one of the top 5 nations in the world in teaching. This is how we were able to get people to the moon, to create computers, to create the internet. We did all of that without a government Department of Education. And DoGE has now highlighted that, and we're removing it. Mind you, I would prefer it to be done by Congress so it's permanent, as opposed to it being done by an executive order, as Trump has done, which is only temporary. I wish we could just get Congress to say, no, it's gone, wipe it out. But I'll take the temporary step from Donald Trump, our president, to remove this blight on education in America. And I know the left is saying, but we have to have that because they want the checks from the teachers' unions. I've said it before. The number one thing that has changed between 1980 and today, besides the drop in the quality of education in America, is the number of administrators. We've had a 300% increase in the number of administrators. My high school, as I've said before, Vander Charles, was closed down to create 4 different high schools in the same exact building I went to. They have the same number of students, they have the same number of teachers, but they have 400% more administrators in that same building. And the teachers union is making money off of that. And the teachers union, almost exclusively, 95% of all donations by the teachers union are only exclusively to Democrats. Do we see a connection? Do you see the waste and the corruption? DoGE is removing that. And because this 70-year-old was pissed off, he didn't like that, and I love how ABC News buries his name. They start the lead with, it's a 70-year-old man charged with aggravated assault after striking a counter-protester with his vehicle outside a Tesla dealership in Ohio. Normally, when they say this person has been charged, they've been arrested for a crime, they normally follow up with their name. But ABC News, which has a left-leaning bias, they support Democrats, they don't like Elon Musk, they have TDS, they hate Donald Trump, they bury that for several paragraphs so that they hope you don't read all the way down to find out the individual involved is actually Christopher Talbot. Normally, that's the first sentence, if not the first or second paragraph. They bury it. They don't want you to know that this 70-year-old, Christopher Talbot, decided to be violent, like most Democrats are at a protest, because he had his feelings hurt, because Elon Musk is being effective at the job he was assigned. He's pissed off. How dare you remove government corruption? How dare you highlight government waste? How dare you remove the Department of Education that has failed every one of our kids? So much so that they are now graduating from high schools and they can't read or write. How dare you do that, according to Christopher Talbot? And so he used his vehicle to attack someone who said, no, we don't need the Department of Education. Somebody who supports a president who has been more transparent than Biden, Obama, and Clinton combined. All right. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't see the comments come in right away. I apologize for that. Let me go and take a look here. So, Hot Chicks lets us know that everything is okay. You guys can hear me fine. I'm happy for that. Thank you. And Grace has joined us, and Grace says, many of these Tesla protesters look like paid actors. I hate to sound conspiratorial, but they look like someone Soros or the DNC hired. It wouldn't surprise me. Grace goes on to say, the First Amendment only applies to the left according to the Democrats. Well, that's how they seem to act about it. But it's amazing to me that if you dare question them, you get suppressed online. If you do it online, you get suppressed, if not removed from various platforms. They do that all the time. Try and go on Blue Sky and say anything that isn't Orange Man bad and see what happens to you. You're here on YouTube. Every single content creator has to dance around these arbitrary barriers on what we can say, what language we can use. We're grown adults speaking to grown adults. My channel is not for children. No one under 18 is supposed to be seeing or being sent anything about my channel. It's for adults to talk about politics, and I can't say anything. There are many terms I can't say. I can't tell you still to this day, the flu in 2020 is something I can't even mention. In fact, just by saying those two words, flu and 2020, I may have a warning box assigned to this broadcast by YouTube because that's a prohibited term. There are people's names. There are certain, there are realities in the world we can't talk about directly. We can't use regular language, even though this is reported by the mainstream news media, but we can't say anything. So this is how the left deals with things. It restricts language. And in restricting language, you restrict thoughts. It responds to thoughts that they don't like with violence every single time. I just need to point it out because the mainstream media is not going to do this. They're not going to tell you that this is what they do consistently, whether it's in the forest of Atlanta, whether it's in Portland, or it could be over in Austin, or LA, New York, Illinois, across the country. Wherever you have a large group of blue states, blue cities, you will see this every single time. It's very upsetting. So let me move on. Because there is more breaking news and somewhat also international news. And that's about Donald Trump. So we're talking about some of the news that's out that people are talking about on Twitter, that we're talking about locally, that you deserve to know about. And here's some news that people are freaking out about. Now, this is an international news, and it's about Donald Trump. And no, it's not about TDS, but it is that Donald Trump says he is, quote, very angry, end quote, with Vladimir Putin over the Ukraine. This is a way to get people terrified. The left are losing their mind right now by seeing this headline, which is being repeated by NBC, by CBS, by MSNBC, and all the rest of these channels. They are pushing this idea that Trump is angry with Putin, that he wants to bomb Putin, that he is threatening Putin. Mind you, they weren't upset when Joe Biden said on American news media that Vladimir Putin was a killer and then couldn't look him in the face when they met at a G7 and G20 meeting. No, they didn't highlight that. They were celebrating that Joe Biden said that Putin was a killer and that he was a criminal. They were celebrating that. Donald Trump says, in part, he says he's very angry. Notice in this headline, and I love to point this out for you guys so you can see how you are being manipulated by the mainstream news media, how they are using your emotions to push forward an agenda. The goal of the agenda from The Guardian, from CNN, is to make you believe that Orange Man bad. That's their goal. They hate Donald Trump. They hate what Donald Trump is doing in politics, empowering the people, responding to the needs of the public, not the politics. He's not playing politics every day like everyone else is. So they don't like this because it makes them weaker. God forbid other nations, the public, start demanding the same thing they're seeing here, which is accountability of politicians. So this title, Donald Trump says he's, again, the only thing they're quoting are two words, very angry. We don't have context. They don't provide any context in that headline. So most people who are scrolling through their social media, the only thing they will see is Donald Trump says he's angry. Oh my God, we're going to war against Russia? That's the natural reaction from anyone around the world seeing that headline. Without any other context, the way it is written, understanding that there is a war with the Ukraine and Russia, that Donald Trump is trying to get a peace deal, and now he's talking about being angry at Russia, which is an antagonist and an opponent of the United States, traditionally and currently. This sounds bad. So they go on to say, U.S. President tells NBC he did not like his Russian counterpart, questioning Volodymyr Zelensky's credibility. That's still not context here. And that doesn't clarify, and they know people aren't going to be looking at the sub-headline. They're looking at the headline, the titular part of this article. So they follow that up in the first paragraph, and that is one sentence that says, Donald Trump has said he is, quote, very angry, pissed off, end quote, with Vladimir Putin for questioning Ukraine's leadership. This sounds troubling. And many on the left are already terrified because they have been guaranteed for the last decade that Donald Trump will start World War III, that Donald Trump's going to go to war with Russia. They have been promised that since 2016. I know because I have documented it on this channel, as the left has said that over and over again, whether it's starting with Russia or North Korea or China or Iran. We have heard this all before, and they're saying it again. They're meant to scare you. They are meant to cause you to have an emotional reaction, to not think, and to not go through the entire article to understand the context or what the consequences may be. They don't want you to do that. They want you to be afraid so that you'll go to your local Democrat, you'll give them money, you'll guarantee that you'll vote for them so that they can fight against Orange Man Bad to avoid a war that was never on the table in the first place. That's the process. Donald Trump. Why did Donald Trump say this? And they note in the second paragraph, this is a sharp change of tone towards Moscow. No, it's not. It's a sharp change in the way the news media is reporting the conversations between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. They go on to quote again, if Russia and I are unable to make a deal on stopping the bloodshed in the Ukraine, I think that's highly important. And if I think it was Russia's fault, which it might not be, but if I think it was Russia's fault, I am going to put secondary tariffs on all oil coming out of Russia. Okay, so Donald Trump is giving us the context of a conversation that he had with Vladimir Putin, that his effort is to end wars. that his goal is to create more peace, that he is working on a peace deal as we speak, and he's getting resistance, he is getting pushback, and he is running into a blockade. Part of that being Zelensky, the president of the Ukraine, who Donald Trump himself had a problem with, that Joe Biden had a problem with. We know this. It has now been revealed. We know Zelensky has pissed off world leaders everywhere in Europe, in England, in the United States. He's pissed them all off at one point or another, or repeatedly. He's not the nicest guy, as unlike what the news media wants you to see. He's rather pushy, he's rather greedy, he's rather corrupt. Zelensky, I'm talking about. Putin as well. And so Trump is saying he is trying to use political pressure and the pressure of the United States to encourage Putin to continue down this path of peace. Now, he's talking about these tariffs. He's talking about things that could actually affect Russia's economy, unlike the sanctions of the Biden administration, which have had virtually no negative impact. We know this. We've seen the result there. But this is something that could have an actual impact on the economy of Russia. It could be a punishment that would be effective. Trump went on to say that the reason why he's upset about Zelensky, by Putin attacking Zelensky, isn't his love of Zelensky. It's not because he loves the Ukraine. It's because it means that they can't have a peace deal. It means that people will die. And he's trying to end the murder, the war, as soon as possible. So, from Putin's point, he's trying to encourage Vladimir Zelensky to be removed from power. He's trying to force him out, and in doing so, by questioning his credibility, he removes Vladimir Zelensky and maybe gets someone far more malleable in the peace talk negotiations, and that's what Putin is looking for. He wants to press his advantage. But to do that would require an election in the Ukraine, someone else to campaign and to win, and then come to the table to talk about peace with Donald Trump and with Putin. That takes time. In the meantime, there is an ongoing fighting war. This isn't like there's a ceasefire waiting for an election to happen in the Ukraine. They are fighting as we speak. And so every day that there is a delay, that is bad. Innocent civilians are dying. And Donald Trump is trying to end that. So he is angry about any delay that would allow people to die instead of creating a ceasefire and or a peace talk. That's what he's angry about. And that's what he's trying to move forward. But that's not the tone that you are getting from the first 3 paragraphs in this conversation from The Guardian. Because they're trying to manipulate you. Because they're trying to change your perception. They want you to see Orange Man bag. He is a rogue, dangerous president that's going to bring us into World War III, when he is in fact trying to bring more peace and stability into the world. Now, for those people who disagree with me and say, oh, Mike, I don't agree with you. Fantastic. Tell me how I'm wrong. Please look at, as the example we just gave you, in this conversation, where Donald Trump, in his own words, has said that he is trying to advance peace, to create a ceasefire and hopefully peace talks to end a war as soon as possible. How am I misunderstanding that? How am I misunderstanding what The Guardian has presented in trying to emphasize the potential for war and increased conflict, when Trump is literally saying he's trying to de-escalate this situation? And yes, he is willing to use economic pressure to do that, but he is trying to de-escalate. not increase tensions, to decrease tensions, to move peace forward as fast as possible, because that would be the most advantageous for the civilians. He's not talking about the government. He doesn't care about Zelensky. He doesn't care about Putin. He cares about ending the war. Perhaps some in my audience, especially those who are Democrats and left-leaning that hate watch this program, perhaps you've never looked at it from that point of view. When you stop looking at everything as orange man bad, when you give up on the TDS, the Trump derangement syndrome, you suddenly have a very different way of looking at what's happening in our politics, internationally and nationally. And people should be very upset around the world that the Guardian and almost every major news media organization out there are trying to frame this as if Trump is being aggressive and trying to increase tensions, that he is escalating the conflict rather than he is trying to de-escalate it. Europeans are pissed right now because they're being cut out of the conversation, because they're ineffective. They are incapable of making a significant impact on what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. If they could, they would have done so already. We have already seen that the coalition of the willing, as suggested by Emmanuel Macron of France and Keir Starmer of England, has already failed. It has already fallen apart. They can't even, European Union can't even put together 5 billion euros, essentially $5 billion, to provide ammunition for the Ukraine. They can't even agree on that. And if they can't agree on providing ammunition, how can they do anything else? Italy's not going to send troops to defend the Ukraine. Several countries won't. And they don't want to put in money for the ammunition. France is one of the proponents of putting troops on the ground in the Ukraine, as long as they're American troops. But they want to put troops on the ground in the Ukraine tomorrow, 30,000 of them, but they're not willing to guarantee that they're going to pay for those troops. They don't even want to pay for their own national defense. And Europe is supposed to be a player in this? Of course not. So yes, we should be upset, highly upset, that the Guardian and mainstream news media are trying to make it seem like tensions are increasing rather than they are trying to be de-escalated. It's amazing to me. They just want to see Trump fail. And they're not thinking about the consequence about if he does fail, what does that mean for the rest of the world? If suddenly the Trump administration gets pressure to change tactics, to change the way they're talking, to allow Zelensky to allow Putin to put pressure on Zelensky to get an election before they get a peace deal, before they get a ceasefire, then that political pressure is going to cause people, innocent civilians, to die. That is the direct consequence. It is 1-to-1. And that is what we're seeing. The left-leaning news media, the anti-Trump, the orange man bad crowd, want Trump to look bad and to fail. But for Trump to fail and look bad means innocent people die in the Ukraine. It means a forever war. I don't know why you would want that. But yet, we're seeing it. We're seeing it in the news media. Again, if anyone disagrees with me, if you think I'm wrong, or you think I've misunderstood, please, you can super chat, you can rumble rant, you can just type out a comment and let me know. I'm happy to hear what you have to say. Going on about the international news, I wanted to also continue on to, this is the U.S. So this is an article. The United States has launched new strikes as of yesterday. We're continuing to attack not Yemen, but the Houthis. And we often hear the news media mix this up. And it, again, sounds like, according to many of the left-leaning news media, it sounds like, well, the United States is attacking Yemen. We are not. We are not attacking Yemen, the country. We are not entering a war with Yemen, the country. We're fighting the Houthis. And unlike the Obama administration, unlike the Biden administration, who also, well, the Obama administration was attacking American citizens in Yemen who were fighting with the Houthis without any, without having taken those American citizens and charging them with a crime and giving them their day in court. Many people have forgotten that it was the Obama administration that put out an official memo that said that these American citizens, they are combatants, their rights as American citizens do not exist, and therefore they can drop drone bombs on them. That was the Obama administration. People forget that Obama authorized that he stripped Americans of their rights. They want to talk about Trump removing rights. What about Obama when he took away Americans' rights so he could use a drone to drop bombs on them in Yemen? People forget that. But moving forward. So Trump isn't trying to fight Yemen. He's trying to fight the Houthis. And unlike Joe Biden, who would only respond to the Houthis after they attacked an American shipping vessel or an American military vessel or one of our allies' vessels, which increased the amount of poverty in the world, the amount of starvation in the world. Remember, the ships going through the Red Sea, they help feed Africa, Southeast Asia. Tens of millions of people depend on that sea route to get food as well as other goods and also oil for their electricity, so energy to keep them alive. The longer it takes for them to get to those nations around the world, the more people that starve and die and suffer because of it. And Biden would only react to the Houthis after they made an attack, which allowed more fear to be in the world, to have fewer tankers, fewer cargo ships willing to go through the Red Sea route, thus making it take longer, thus harming more people in the world. It increased the instability in the world under the Biden administration. It made things less peaceful around the world because of the way Biden dealt with the Houthis. So Trump is trying to resolve that by resolving the issue with the Houthis, to aggressively, offensively go in and take out their leadership and their capability of their weapons to be able to continue to attack, to destroy their missile launchers, their rocket launchers, to destroy their leadership so that they cannot continue to fight, so that they cannot threaten global shipping. And in doing so, they will help to feed the world, to get energy to poor nations, to poor people around the world. This is a benefit to the world by America actually stepping up and doing something proactive instead of just being reactive. And so Trump sent in more airstrikes to take out those Houthi terrorists. And we believe that at least one additional member of the Houthi leadership, the Houthis being an international terrorist organization. This isn't just a political group. This is a terrorist organization that actively decided to attack the United States and our allies, one-sided, unilaterally made that decision in January of 2024. We had nothing to do with it. They just came out and attacked us. Trump is trying to end that. And it seems that the mainstream news media don't want to give credit for Trump and yet another effort to bring more stability to the world, to bring more peace to the world, to help feed more people in the world. The news media hates having to say that because they want to say at every turn, Orange Man bad. And so in this article, which comes from PBS, which is already pissed at Trump because he's removing or attempting to remove their government funding, They're already upset with Donald Trump. They don't like Donald Trump. They didn't like him the first time he ran, the first time he was president. They don't like him now. They especially don't like him because he's trying to take away their government funding, making them be like every other business in the world, that they would have to actually make a profit on their own. They don't like him. So they don't word their articles in a way that makes sense. Everything I have said about what's happening with the Houthis in Yemen and the United States is factually true. Not one word is made up. It isn't the way that it's being said by the mainstream news media. So it may surprise a lot of people. It may be a way of thinking about this that many people in America and around the world haven't thought about. They haven't thought about the consequences of this, that this is about feeding people around the world. It's about providing energy to people around the world. It's about the global inflation. It's about global stability. Nobody wants to talk about that in the mainstream news media because Orange Man bad. Now, whether you like Donald Trump or not, notice I haven't said you should like Donald Trump. I don't care if you do. You can have whatever feeling you want about Donald Trump. I don't care, because this isn't about feelings. The consequences aren't Donald Trump's feelings will be hurt or his political agenda will be damaged. It's people will starve. People will freeze. They will not have lights. Kids will not be able to have a quality of life because the Houthis will continue to restrict the amount of ships that are going through the Red Sea. That's what this is about. And anything that hurts Donald Trump in trying to stop the Houthis is helping to bring more instability into the world, to let more people starve in the world, to let more people live without the ability to have a light in the world. It's a very different way of looking at it because I'm only talking about the consequences. I don't care about the politics. I don't care about the Orange Man bad, the preferences that the media is trying to instill. They have a political agenda. PBS has a political agenda. I'm not talking about my political agenda. Yes, I'm a Republican. I'm conservative. Absolutely. I do not deny that. This isn't about my political agenda. The consequence of Trump removing the Houthis as a threat to the Red Sea isn't about whether or not I feel good as a Republican. It's about feeding the world. It's about lowering global inflation. It's about lowering global instability. It's about removing a terrorist group and their ability to kill indiscriminately around the world. That's what this is about. It's not about whether or not I'm a happy Republican. It's not about how I'm going to vote in another election. I don't know. Maybe no one's ever talked to the American people like this. And honestly, I don't think most people do, because the media is so wrapped up in Trump, they're not looking at the consequences of what's going on. Somebody has to stop the Houthis. And it isn't France. It isn't England. It's not the European Union. They have ships too. They could be doing this themselves. They could have been doing this during the entire Biden administration. They didn't, because they can't. They're not effective. They're not efficient. They're not capable. One day they might be. Maybe they could build up their armies in the next 3 to 5 years. Maybe they could build up a navy in the next 7 to 10 years. Maybe they could get trained and have qualified troops and weapons to be able to handle the Houthis. That's not today. If anyone disagrees with me, please tell me why. Again, I say it all the time. Tell me why. If you think, Mike, you don't understand the consequences here. I don't. I think I've laid them out very clearly. I think we understand what is happening and has been happening for the last year and what's now changed about that. The mainstream news media doesn't want Trump to have credit for that, which means the news media don't want America to have credit for that. And that isn't in the best interest of anyone. Okay, let me move on. I think this is important. Again, you're not going to hear these stories in this way. And I'm showing you the left-leaning news media. I'm showing you the stories that they are either trying to de-emphasize or they're trying to reword to get you to have a reaction that they want. It's amazing to me. And it's so counterproductive. It is so insane. They would rather have the Houthis continue to blow up ships and attack people in the Red Sea rather than feeding people in Africa and throughout Southeast Asia. It's amazing to me. It's amazing to me. I don't understand it. Anyone on the left, any elected official would like to explain this to me, I'm all ears. Again, I say pretty much every single Sunday, I've said this for 8 years. Let me say it again. If there is any elected official in America, Republican, Democrat, I don't care, whatever your political allegiance, any elected official that would like to come onto this program and tell me how I misunderstand what's happening with the Houthis and the consequences of stopping their reign of terror, anyone who wants to correct me in an elected office, I will give you as much time as you need. I am not MSNBC. I am not CNN. I am not restricted on time. I don't have to break for a commercial. You can take, if it takes 2 hours to explain, I'll give you 2 hours. If you need 3 hours so you can tell me how I'm an idiot and don't know what I'm talking about, I will give you 3 hours. I'll give you 15 if that's what you need, as long as you can tell me how I'm wrong. I've said this on multiple issues for 8 years in a row. They won't come on. They don't have these conversations. Why? Because I'm right. And they don't want to deal with this. They just want you to be silent and to obey. All right, let me move on. Moving on, and we're kind of getting away from the international. This is a story that I thought, it came out today, last night, from The Gothamist. Now, it's a local New York newspaper. Particularly, it's focused on New York City. So The Gothamist is known. And if you're looking at the title here, Working Families Party endorses 4 New York City mayoral candidates. Let me clarify. So the Working Families Party is a Democrat party. They just have a different name. It is the splinter faction of the Democrats. The Working Families is a part of the Democratic Party, but they are the far left wing, politically far left wing of the Democrats. They normally identify themselves, and every member of the Working Families Party that I've ever met in the last 2 decades of political commentary, they are all progressives. So they're very similar to the Democratic Socialists of America. In fact, many members of the Working Families Party that I have been in contact with over the last 2 decades, many of them are socialist or lean towards socialism, but they are, by their own definitions, progressive. They're the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, but they are Democrats. So in New York State, we have only 2 real parties in every election: Democrat, Republican. And then we have conservatives, which many will say are Republican light. And then you have Working Families Party, which is Democrat further left, even more socialist. And that's it. Those are the parties of New York State. New York State kicked out the Libertarians. The Green Party's never had a chance. The Socialist Party is a joke, of course. And there's a handful of other parties that are meaningless. That's the reality in New York. So for people who are unaware, Working Families is, when you see Working Families Party, that means Democrat. It means far left Democrat, but it's a Democrat party. And I find it interesting. They endorsed 4 candidates. They're a joke. And I saw this story and I saw the headline and I said, you got to be kidding me. And it's not because of anything serious. But I just want to point out every party puts up their best. When you have an election, I don't care if you're the rent's too damn high party, the Socialist Party, the Green Party. I mean, last year, 2024, in February, I was at the free and equal debate here in New York City with the third party candidates who were looking to be nominated to run for president. Those parties had one or two individuals each. The Socialist Party of America had De La Cruz. The Green Party had Jill Stein and Jasmine Sherman, the little Nergalite. The Libertarian Party had Lars Mapstead and Chase Oliver. So that was the debate. Why didn't there have more? They were the best choices of those parties. You had a couple of candidates looking for a nomination, and they put out the best. Four New York City mayoral candidates. We're not talking about president. We're not talking about Senate. Hell, even it would be even odd, but possible for an open congressional seat, but it's not. This isn't an open seat. You know, we know Democrats are looking at and have been supporting wildly for some insane reason former governor, disgraced former governor Andrew Cuomo. And Andrew Cuomo, a man surrounded by corruption, who was responsible for 16,000 New Yorkers dying under his policies, and someone who was responsible, according to the Attorney General of New York, Letitia James, responsible for 11 acts of sexual misconduct, sexual assault. That's Letitia James. That's her finding on it. He wants to be mayor, and Democrats are giving him all their money. They want him to be mayor. I don't get it. I don't think he should. Corrupt as hell. Horrible choice, but this is what Democrats want. But the far left are putting up 4 candidates, including someone who I think is absolutely ridiculous. And that's Mandami. That's the guy who is jumping up and down trying to get into a fist fight with Tom Homan for exercising the law and following the law. Mandami was upset that someone would dare enforce existing law, immigration law. And he's also the guy who says that the best way to deal with food, the high cost of food, is to socialize our stores, to create government-owned stores so that you can wait in a grocery line like you wait at the DMV, so that food can rot because you can't fire any of the employees, just like you can't fire any of the city employees unless they don't follow a certain medical mandate. That's what Mandami, and he's part of this far leftist organization. I think they're just not serious. I think that they're putting up, they're endorsing everyone. They're not endorsing one candidate, the best candidate. Yes, there are primaries that are going on. There are choices that the people have in New York. Those progressives in New York, which is not a small group, they are substantial. They have the choice, and they can pick anyone they want. But the party either normally steps out and lets the party members, the rank and file, make their choice, or they pick one person who they think is the best person or the best political person, meaning they have the best connections. They can get the most done. They have the most realistic chance to raise money or to be elected and to make deals. That's what parties normally do. They either step out of the process entirely or they promote one individual, maybe 2. These guys have 4. They have no clue. This is a joke. And they're telling you that the Working Families Party is a joke, that they have no credibility whatsoever. If anyone in the Working Families Party disagrees with me, please tell me now. get on and send me a message and say, Mike, I think you're completely wrong. Why? Why am I wrong? How am I wrong? Well, it's because we should have all 4 of them elected as mayor. That's a one-person job. Only one person gets to be mayor. So all 4 of them can't be mayor. So that's not going to work. Try again. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And I just wanted to highlight that because obviously the Gothamist isn't going to point out how ridiculous this is, how it is telling us that the Working Families Party is not serious. They have no serious candidates with nothing serious to offer the American people, that they're willing to just throw anyone out there to let them off because they're all the same to the Working Families Party. Each and every one of them are just a tool to gain publicity and to get donations. And they don't care. They don't expect any of them to win. They don't expect any of them to make any significant difference. They don't care. If they cared, they'd pick one person, focus all their attention on that person so that they would have a realistic chance. That's not what they're doing. They're saying anyone and everyone can go, which means none of them, they know none of their candidates are going to be accepted by the people of New York City, the American people. They're not going to be accepted. They're not going to be elected. They're not going to make any significant or realistic change. So they don't care. Send them all out. Let them get as much money as they can. They're going to send out 4 different candidates. Each and every one of those candidates is going to raise money for the Working Families Party so that the Working Families Party is richer and has more power. They don't care. That's what this is telling me. And the Gothamist is going to cover for them and say, oh, no, this is a great thing that they're going to let all these people run. No, it means that none of them are serious. That's what it means. None of them are serious. This is just a extended ad campaign for the Working Families Party. This is just an effort for the Working Families Party to make it seem like they have something serious, that they deserve a seat at the table alongside the Democrats. They don't. They're not serious at all. That's what this is about. But no one's willing to say that, because if you say that, oh my God, they're going to suppress you on social media. You're just such a mean person. You don't believe in liberty. You don't believe. Got nothing to do with any of that. I'm just being honest with you. Every politician knows this. Every political party knows this. This is the honest truth. Been doing this for 20 years, and I can tell you, if they were serious, they'd be picking one candidate, just one. And in the best, in the absolute worst case scenario, if the Working Families Party was serious and had anything to offer the American people in any election, they'd have at the most, they wouldn't endorse, they would say that they support 2 candidates. They wouldn't endorse them. They would say they support these 2 candidates out of the entire crowd that are trying to run for whatever office. They'd say they support 2 of them. And then there would be one whom they would endorse. The fact that they are willing to endorse everyone means that they have no confidence in any of them. None of them are qualified, and they know it. None of them have the opportunity to win, and they know it. Because if there was one that did, they would endorse that one individual. They would put all their political effort into that one individual to give them the best chance possible. They're not doing that because they know they're insignificant. They're irrelevant. It's only about enriching the party bosses, the elites in the working family parties. They're the only ones who are going to benefit from this. That's it. And I'm being honest with you. Now, let me go back to Maine here. Now, if you want to tell me, Mike, but I want to vote for the Working Families Party, go right ahead. I have never told you that you can't. You're an American citizen. Go ahead and vote. If you're a legal alien, you can't vote. Screw you. Get out of my country. But if you're an American citizen, sure, you can vote for anyone and anything you want. You can write in any name you want. That is legal. Doesn't matter what the state says. It is legal. You can. It is constitutional. You can write in any name you want to be for any elected office that you want. That is your right. That is your choice. Please exercise it. But don't believe that you're actually going to get someone who's going to win. If it's the Working Families Party, they're not going to win. And that's not because I don't like the Working Families Party. I don't. I don't agree with the progressives. I don't agree with the Democratic Socialists of America. I don't agree with the Socialist Party or the Green Party. I think they're out of their mind. I think they have stupid policies. And God knows, when you actually hear them list out their policies and what the fairy tale they believe is going to be the consequences of them trying to destroy our economy and destroy our Constitution, yeah, you would have the same opinion I do, I think. But whatever that being set aside, I can tell you, they're not serious. I've been through too many elections with too many candidates and too many parties. I've covered too many third parties to know this isn't serious. There isn't a single person there that's serious. But that's my thought. You may disagree. I'm happy to hear it. Okay. So we'll move on. There is something else. This is kind of breaking news. You probably heard this in the last 24 hours, thereabouts. About the last 24, almost 48 hours. I've been seeing this story, and I meant to bring this up in just the general news, but it is more American news. You're seeing the news media, and I saw this from The Hill. I've seen this from the Economic Times, and then a bunch of much smaller publications, less credible organizations as well. But The Hill, which is credible, and the Economic Times, which is seen as credible, are both covering this story. And they're trying to imply to the American people that Elon Musk is walking away. He's going to run away from the Trump administration. He's giving up on the Department of Government Efficiency. He's just done with it all. He's going to walk away. That's a lie. It is a big lie. I love this. The quote, the headline from The Economist says, quote, "I'm almost done," end quote. Notice they have an ellipse there, ... which means they're taking him out of context. He said something, "I'm almost done what?" He's almost done doing what? Is he almost done with achieving his goals? Is he almost done on the time that he is allowed to be in charge of DoGE? What is he almost done on? They cut that off. Why? Because they don't care what you know. They want you to feel like Trump is in trouble, like the Trump administration has failed, that Elon Musk has given up, that the Democrats have defeated Elon Musk, that it worked. All those protests at those Teslas, running people over with your cars at Teslas, keying the cars, crimes, vandalism of Teslas, and destruction of property, burning up Teslas. See, the violence of the left, it worked. Elon Musk is almost done, according to the Economic Times. That's not true. Elon Musk reveals date he'll, quote, ditch dump, this is their quote, and quit Washington, D.C. after the DoGE, Department of Government Efficiency purge. Oh my God, are they misleading the public? And I'm going to get to that because I believe there's also... Nope, that's the wrong one. Nope. I had another article on this. But actually, I did a video on this, didn't I? Did I? No. I did a short video on this. I think it was yesterday, Friday, I believe. And I pointed out that in this article, and in many articles, in matter of fact, if you go through this article, you'll find out, as well as with The Hill, that they're lying to you, that they are misreporting the facts. Now, yes, Elon Musk did say his time with DoGE is almost up. Where is it? I forgot the spot. And I'm scanning through now, so I can't see it. But here's the thing. Elon Musk isn't running away. Democrats have not scared off Elon Musk. There is no problem between the Trump administration and Elon Musk that we are aware of. Elon Musk is leaving the Department of Government Efficiency.
It's embarrassing. Right.
Oops. He's leaving the Department of Government Efficiency because
we're going to get to the bottom of it. I just talked to Elon on the.
Yeah, I'm not dealing with that yet. He's leaving because he only had 130 days. See, Elon Musk is a special government employee. He was designated as such by President Trump. So he isn't a government employee. He's a temporary government employee. That's what the special thing is. He's temporary. He's not actually a government employee. He's just been put in place to do one job, to set up and to initially start reducing the amount of waste and inefficiency in the United States government, also highlight corruption in the United States government. That's his job. From day one, from the day that the Department of Government Efficiency was created, Elon Musk always had 130 days. That's it. He's never had more. He's never had a choice. So when Elon Musk is telling the public that he'll be leaving in May, he was always going to leave in May. He doesn't have a choice in the matter. He's not being fired. There's no disagreement or change in the Trump policies or the operation of the Department of Government Efficiency. DoGE is not disappearing. It's normal. This is always going to happen. This was supposed to happen. It was designed to happen this way because he's a temporary government employee. And he only can be there for 130 days maximum. And the news media is lying to your face. And of course, that's being picked up by all of the social media and it's spinning on out there. And everyone's turning the headline, oh my God, Elon Musk is going to leave. It must mean that Trump is failing. There's a falling out amongst Trump and Elon Musk. The Trump administration has failed in trying to push DoGE, that DoGE is going to fail. It's all wrong. We didn't like it anyway, said the Democrats. That's who's pushing this. This is about politics. Again, this is a way to see how the news media is trying to manipulate you. Because they're not talking about the fact that this was always going to happen. This was part of the plan of what was going to happen. That's just the reality of it. This isn't new news. It's new spin on the news. That's the difference. This is political spin, what I call polyspeak or polyspin. They're spinning this in a new way because they can get a new round of pressure on the Trump administration because Orange Man bad, because Elon Man bad, because Tesla bad. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to put as much pressure as they can so that the Democrats, the left, will have as much power as they can. They're trying to set up for 2026. So if they get the headlines out today, believe me, folks, this isn't about whether or not you believe it now. They want the headline in the newspapers today saying that Elon failed, that Elon ran away, that the Trump administration failed, that DoGE didn't work. That's what they want those headlines for, so that in 2026, when we have the midterm elections and Democrats are going to try and regain some of their lost power in the House and in the Senate, what they're going to do is they're going to run all of those headlines, not the stories, not the quotes. They're going to run the headlines saying, see, DoGE failed. They knew it. Elon ran away. Democrats, you have been fighting since day one. You were running people over at Teslas. You were burning down Teslas and the car lots selling Teslas. You were burning it all and you terrified them and they ran away from you. Now it's your turn to turn up the fire again and vote for Democrat whomever. Donate to Democrat whoever, damn. That's what they're doing this for. This has nothing to do with reality. This has nothing to do with truth and accountability. And if there's any Democrat out there that thinks I'm wrong, please tell me why. Because every political operative I know, every single person who deals with politics for over the last 2 decades knows this isn't about the truth. This is about the spin. This is about gaining power in 2026 in the midterm elections. This is about lying to the American people, but making it look good. Yes, you should be a leftist because we're so effective. Look at how we are beating up on this billionaire. We're burning his stuff. And he's running away from government. We kicked a billionaire out of government, is what the left is trying to say. That's not what they're doing. They had nothing to do with it. Not one of the policies, not one of the arguments, not one of the acts of vandalism or attacks against innocent American citizens, none of that has had any impact. We're not going to see Elon Musk leave because of that. It's because he's a temporary worker, and he was always going to leave. And he always had that time limit. And that does not mean that DoGE is ineffective or inefficient. It doesn't mean that the corruption will no longer be exposed. It doesn't mean that we won't see further savings from getting rid of useless, wasteful programs. It doesn't mean anything other than Democrats are trying to spin, to lie to you, to lie to your face, to take advantage of you. And it's in black and white. I'm showing you the evidence. And if you look at the news articles like from The Hill and others, you will see the truth. He always, and they have to put it in their articles that, by the way, they bury it. Yeah, he always was a temporary worker. He couldn't stay forever. He's not going to stay for 2 years. He can't. He doesn't have the choice. It's not an option. He walked into the job knowing that he had 130 days, period. But they don't mind lying to you. They don't mind lying to the American public because they don't care what you think. They care about what they can gain from lying to you. The consequence here is they want more power. They want more money. And they get that by lying to you. I don't know. Maybe it's me, but I like to have the truth out there. You can tell me, but Mike, I don't like Elon Musk. Okay, you don't have to. I didn't say you have to like Elon Musk. Mike, I don't think DoGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, is the best way to do what they're doing. You're right. It's not the best way, but it is the most effective way we have at this moment. Nothing else has been done because everyone kept saying, but there's got to be a better way. So they did nothing. They kicked the can down the road for our lifetimes, for 50 years, half a century. They have kicked the can down the road, Democrats and Republicans alike, saying, well, we wish we could fix it, but we can't fix it. We don't have an efficient, good way to do that. Well, that leaves us with DoGE because they refused. They saw the negative consequences. They saw how they were impacting Americans' lives and harming American citizens. And they said, we can't do anything about that because we can't fix it all at once, overnight, instantly. No one asked you to do that. We said, just fix this. Start the process. Put it in place. Let the ball roll. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. I'm looking forward to the comments, folks, because maybe it's me, but I don't think so. And again, I know I say it often. Sometimes I say it often. This is only possible to have this conversation, to have this kind of honesty with you, because if you like, share, and subscribe. That makes the difference. Because God knows YouTube is not going to promote this. Google is not going to let you see this. They're going to lie to your face over and over again. They want the lie. They want you to think that Elon Musk is running away, that the left has won somehow. They want you to think of that as the truth. They don't want you to know that, no, it didn't do a damn thing. They have failed. They don't want you to think about that because they want power. They want your money and they want your power. I just want to be honest with you. Something else that we haven't seen a lot of honesty about. Nuclear power. And the cleanest, most efficient, most effective way to create power in the world is nuclear power. It's not solar. It's not wind. It's not, biogas or ethanol. None of that stuff. You can put together every single system of generating electricity and power known to man at this time. The single cleanest, most effective, most efficient way to do it is nuclear power. And Democrats hate nuclear power. And I know someone will say, but Mike, if nuclear is cleaner than solar, cleaner than wind and renewable energy, why aren't Democrats supporting it? Because they don't make as much money. They make more money off of wind and solar. That's why. They get more power off of, and I mean political power, from wind and solar and renewable than they do from nuclear. That's the fact. That's the truth. Nuclear power is now, and by the way, I'm not the only one who believes this. The former Obama renewable energy czar also agrees with me. Nuclear power, Obama officials in the Obama administration have come out and they've done TED Talks telling the world the most effective way to generate energy isn't wind or solar or biogas or ethanol. It's not renewable energy. It's nuclear power. That's it. That's the simplest way to do this if we're going to do it. If we are serious about trying to clean the planet and to still generate power. It's not electric vehicles. None of that's going to work. You get more carbon. You create more carbon, more greenhouse gases, creating solar panels and wind turbine blades for the windmills and electric vehicles and their batteries. Oh my God, their batteries. We've talked about how dangerous the electric vehicle batteries are. They create more greenhouse gases than they ever will be able to return. In fact, if you could run a solar panel perfectly efficiency, 100% efficiency today, it still would create more greenhouse gas than it's going to save in terms of the energy it is able to collect. That's just the math. It's called science. And I know they only like to use science when it works in their favor, but the science, true science, when you do the math, and I know no one likes to do math, the fact is nothing in renewable energy is actually clean. And it is in fact less clean than nuclear. And in fact, many of them are less clean than coal. Oh, Mike, you just don't know. Yes, I do. The data's been done. I understand. The news media doesn't talk about it. The politicians don't talk about it because they have a political agenda. They want power. And this helps them to gain power. So they're not going to tell you about all the studies. They're not going to go over the math with you. They're not going to talk to the former Obama czar talking about this and doing the TED Talks. They're not going to do that. They're going to fudge the numbers and tell you, but it will be better in the future. We'll improve it and the cost will come down and the ability, the greenhouse gases will be reduced and it will eventually, it will be effective. We've been working on solar energy for over 80 years. Think about that for a moment, folks. For over 80 years, we have been trying to make effective, efficient solar collection, solar power, and we have never got it right yet. Even to this day, it is not effective or efficient. So you have a solar panel on your house. Fantastic. Depending on where you live in the country, somewhere between 7 to 15 years, you have to replace those solar panels. If you live in the Northeast like I do, that's more like 7 to 10 years. If you're somewhere where the weather is moderate, you're looking at closer to 10 to 15 years. But you're going to have to replace those at some point. And when you take those solar panels down, they're toxic to the earth. They have to be put into special landfills because they can't be recycled. So there is the toxicity there. So if you're hoping to help the environment, you failed. And creating that solar panel, which means you have to dig up the rare earth metals, mostly out of Africa, hopefully one day out of Greenland, but mostly out of Africa. That's using slave labor, little child labor. That's being done. So you're hurting children because they're the ones that are doing a lot of the digging for those metals, but you're also digging into the earth, strip mining the earth. That's what they do in Africa. Americans don't do it. Oh no, that would be bad. America can't do that. No, we have Africans doing it for us instead. And we're buying it from the Africans. And they're not worried about efficiency. They're using gas-powered drills and trucks, and they're using explosives, and they don't mind. They're increasing. So there's a lot of carbon gas coming off of there just to mine and to refine the metal. Then it has to be shipped, which, by the way, have you seen how much fuel one cargo container, one cargo ship, how much fuel it uses? I had someone do the math before a couple years ago, and one cargo container ship uses more fuel than all cars in America in a year. There is more carbon emissions from that ship than all cars in America in a year. That's for one ship container. And there are a lot of ship containers with rare earth metals to make those solar, because you have to take the solar from the raw earth minerals. You have to take them from Africa, and you're going to bring it over mostly to China, which is a long sea trip, over to China, so it gets processed so that you have the solar panel made, and then that's shipped over to the United States to be sold to you and me. Or sometimes, if we're lucky, very little of it is being shipped directly to the United States to be refined and turned into solar panels. Most of it is going to China, then to America. But even the trip from Africa to America is not a short and quick trip. So you're talking about massive CO2 emissions. And then it's toxic. You're not saving the earth with solar. But nuclear can. Well, and we have a comment. We have a couple of comments here. Grace has a comment. Let me go into that. Grace says, her cousin tried to sell a house with solar panels, and it was a pain because if there is a fire, the electricity has to be shut off, and that's at least in New Jersey. Solar panels are more complicated than what most people realize. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And if the solar panel burns, it's toxic fumes, life-threatening fumes. If for any reason, any part of the solar panel starts to burn, that'll kill you in and of itself, and it's cancerous. So there's a lot of problems, and a lot of people are realizing that as the first generation of solar panels, publicly available solar panels, is becoming more known to the public. They're starting to see some of the problems with them. And so they're all going to be replaced. So you put in a roof will cost you $20,000. Solar panels cost you another $15,000 on top of that, and you have to replace the solar panels more than you have to replace the roof. Yeah, and it's toxic. They have a lot. If they get a short, that'll take out the power in that entire house. They get a fire, it's toxic and cancerous. And again, you still have to get it replaced. There's a lot of problems. You're right, Grace. Thank you for pointing that out. So, nuclear is the answer. So I've gone through all of that to try and emphasize and let you understand nuclear is the solution. It is the cleanest, the safest. There are fewer accidents. Yes, there are the big accidents, 3 Mile Island, Fukushima. Yes, Russia had its Chernobyl, which are pretty much all first or second generation nuclear power plants. Currently, nuclear power plants are what they call the 4th or 5th generation of nuclear power plants, which are insanely more safe. But now there's a new wave, and nuclear power plants, what you're looking at in this image is a nuclear power plant. Oh, you didn't realize a nuclear power plant could be that small? That it could be so safe that a kid and his dog could be walking past in an entire city next to a nuclear power plant? Yes. Yes. This is in Washington State, by the way. The image right here. A nuclear power plant in a city with kids and dogs and grass and trees and everything around them, living their lives. That's how clean and safe nuclear can be. These reactors, the latest line of nuclear power is new, cheaper than any other form of electricity generation, even hydroelectric, coal, you name it, it's cheaper than all of it, and more reliable and more effective. And we're going to see reactors, they can be operational. This is 2025. Within 5 years, these reactors can be in cities across America and running. And I know people are saying, but wait a minute, Mike. They're using New York City as an example. We just had another increase in our electric bill. And I know in Binghamton, they had another increase in their electric bills. And across this country, you've been seeing people get increases in your electric bill because the electric company switched over to wind and over to solar, and your electric bill went up. You know, you were supposed to save money, and this is cheap, clean, it's great. And your electric bill went up again. And they keep buying more. We're going to expand the solar farm. We're going to increase the wind farm. We're going to develop geothermal and hydroelectric. And your bill goes up and up and up. Do you ever wonder why? Because it's not clean. It's not effective. It's not efficient. But you could. And there are cities around the world that are reducing their cost of electricity with these nuclear power plants. That's happening right now. Real world, real time. Wind isn't doing it. Solar isn't doing it. Nuclear is. You can have these power plants installed, and they will be able to lower the cost. And Democrats can't stand them. Democrats absolutely refuse to allow nuclear power plants to be built in America at this time. They don't want them anywhere. I'm not talking about you can't build a new nuclear plant in New York or California or Illinois. No. They don't want them anywhere in America. They try their damnedest to not allow any state, regardless of whether it's Republican or Democrat, they don't want anyone to have nuclear power. Probably because if you had nuclear power, like one of these mini nuclear power plants, you would suddenly and instantly realize your electricity went down, the cost went down, the greenhouse gas emissions were reduced, that they're effective where wind and solar aren't. They don't want the competition. And the way that they get rid of the competition is that they just get rid of them. They won't let anyone build the nuclear. And I would suggest people start talking to the left, to Democrats about this. I know I've gone on and on about this for a little bit, and I'm going to get to your comment in one moment, Grace. I've gone on and on about this for a little bit, but it's important. This is our future, and we are being denied an opportunity in our future for ourselves and the next generation because of politics. Because Democrats make money off of, think of all the subsidies that go to wind and solar. It is enormous. The green movement, how many companies did Obama take your money and my money and invest it into green energy, and it all failed? I think all but 3 of those companies completely failed. Every single one. We see that we keep getting the promise of it's going to get better in the future, tomorrow, except tomorrow never comes. And the cost never goes down because they don't care. Because those companies that are all getting the subsidies for making the solar panels, for installing the solar panels, for maintaining the solar panels, for putting together the electric grids, all of those companies are giving donations to Democrats. And Democrats are getting rich off of it. Nancy Pelosi has gotten rich off of her investments in wind and solar. That's a fact. She used to own $250,000 of wind energy, wind turbine companies, and she sold it all for a profit, a hefty, I believe it was a 200% profit. Yeah, that's what Democrats are doing. They are personally in their portfolios and professionally as members of Congress are making money off of green energy. Not because it's effective, not because it's helping anyone, but they're selling the dream. One day it will be effective. One day it will be clean. And you're going to pay for it now until it gets there. And you're going to give someone power until it gets there, political power. You're going to fuel their political careers, but you will never see the benefit. That's evil to me. That seems evil. But Grace goes on to say, coal is very cheap, and that which is in mind is the states. What that's in the mind of the states is much cleaner than what is mined in China. Well, yeah, coal is exceedingly more clean than mining for lithium and the rare earth metals that we see happening in Africa. Absolutely more clean than that. A lot of people don't think about that. But then again, there is a large group of people in America who believe that they plug their car into an electric socket and that makes it clean. It's obviously clean because it's not using gasoline. Not ever thinking about where's the power coming from. Electricity just doesn't appear. And the power plant has to be run on something to make that electricity. It's not just magic. It comes from somewhere. It either comes from solar and wind, or it's coming from gas, or it's coming from coal. Natural gas is also, by the way, coal, super clean. Natural gas, even more clean than coal. But yet Democrats can't stand that either. And both coal and natural gas are cleaner in the total cost, cleaner than it is for solar or wind. Folks, you're just being lied to. You're being lied to by omission. Because the news media doesn't want to tell you this because they have a political agenda. They have candidates who support this because those candidates make money off of it. And so they're going to support those candidates by not pointing out the truth, by minimizing this. You're not going to hear, this is a story from the AP, okay? Remember, this is from the AP, and they do not go into great detail about the comparison of wind and solar and energy. They don't want to have this conversation with you. But they will tell you it is cheap and it is safe, and it can be done, but we're not going to make this national news. We're not going to hype this up. We're not going to put in front of the American people the comparison between these types of energy and how many people die. More people die creating solar panels and wind turbines than the number of people who die from nuclear. That's a fact as well. Another little tidbit that never gets talked about in terms of direct human lives lost for the amount of energy that is created. Nuclear, less people die per kilowatt created than in solar or wind or geothermal or hydroelectric, any other form of electricity. So why am I going on and on about that? I want you to have cheap, efficient electricity for the rest of your life and your kids' lives. I want you to have the most electricity that you will need. New York State is now switching over to solar and wind, and you have to get electric stoves. These are mandates by the government, by Kathy Hochul, by the New York State legislature, which is led by Democrats. And if you ask the Department of Energy for New York State, how much energy do they need? By 2032, New York State will need more energy than they can get. They're shutting down coal, they're shutting down natural gas, they're creating more solar farms, they're creating more wind farms, and they are short. Renewable gas, and this is from New York State itself, the Department of Energy of New York State has the predictions that starting in 2032, they will not be able to generate enough electricity for the needs of the people unless more people leave the state. And people are leaving the state. But unless people leave the state in bigger numbers than they have been, about 200,000 to 300,000 a year, unless more people leave New York State every year, the fact is they can't get the energy. They don't know where the energy is coming from. Solar and wind won't do it. And they're going to charge you more money because they're going to have emergencies, because they're going to have brownouts, because they're going to have to do some kind of stopgap answer rather than think of the long-term potential that is available out there by using natural gas, which New York State has a ton of. Yes, do some fracking. And we've got a ton of natural gas, enough for 100 years in America. We have more than enough natural gas. We could do that and it would be cheaper. But instead, they're going with the most expensive option, which is the least efficient option. And you're going to pay for it because New York is virtue signaling and Democrats get votes for lying to you. That's why I'm talking about it as much as I am. Joanna says, yes, just like they do our tax dollar, everyone benefits, but we the people. That's true. That's true. All right, I know I got hung up on that. Obviously, I'm a proponent of nuclear energy. I'm not, and it's not that I don't like renewable energy. I think if you can do it effectively and efficiently, fantastic, it's worth it. But we can't. We have problems with transmission, with storage, with creation. The entire process is not ready for mass consumption, for national use. It's just not. All the data tells us it's ineffective. It is the worst thing we could be doing for the planet and for ourselves. I don't like wasting my time or our tax dollars. I don't like wasting the resources knowing that in a couple of years we're going to have to do it all over again. It's just not worth it. At least that's the way I look at it. Not everyone will agree. But I spent more time on that issue than I expected to. Let me also go back to, by the way, hundreds of people this week, hundreds of people in Gaza, Palestinians, came out to kick out Hamas. That is important. People in Gaza are rising up to get rid of their government, which is Hamas, a terrorist organization, because they're tired of the fact that because they have a terrorist government, they get bombed. Because their terrorist government is trying to genocide anyone and everyone that doesn't believe what the government wants, they're dying. They're trying to find a new path forward. And this is perhaps one of the best things that could be coming out of the war that Hamas started with Israel. Again, Hamas started that war. No one would be bombed today in Gaza as it has been if Hamas, the terrorist organization, did not commit an act of terror on October 7th, 2023. Now you can say, oh, but the Palestinians would have been arrested. Maybe. And they'd still be alive. Millions of them, or hundreds of thousands. Let's be realistic that hundreds of thousands have been displaced. And tens of thousands, civilians, have in fact died. There is no doubt about that, as tens of thousands of Hamas fighters have died, which is often hidden. Because the media, again, they went to Harvard and to colleges and they got indoctrinated. They believe Hamas are the good guys, even though they're terrorists, even though they believe in genocide. So they hide from you the reality that about half of all of the combatants, the injured, that Hamas says are all civilians, are in fact actually soldiers. They're members of Hamas, terrorists. But I think this is important, and I don't think this story got a lot of attention, that the people of Gaza are rising up. Hundreds. This is more than they have seen, not only since the war with Israel, but in decades. Well, not decades, but many years. Decades would be an overstatement. But in many years, that they're trying to get rid of, they are legitimately willing to stand up to a terrorist organization that will kill their own people. They've done it many, many times. Hamas has no concern for the civilians, and they will kill them because they will kill anyone that doesn't believe what Hamas believes, whether it be Palestinian or Jewish or American or European. They don't care. If you don't agree with what they believe, they will kill you, and they have. And so it's very much a bold statement, and I do support the Palestinians standing up and saying, get rid of Hamas. If there is no Hamas, there can be peace. If there is no Hamas, Gaza can be rebuilt. That they could have a two-state solution if Hamas doesn't exist, if the PLO doesn't exist, if terrorists are not in charge of their government, actively trying to genocide all of their neighbors, the people, the Palestinians, can have peace and they can have prosperity. It can happen. And they are finally figuring it out, and they are finally saying, what else do I have to lose? If I can either stand up to Hamas and maybe get a better government that isn't trying to genocide everyone, making everyone try to kill you, or Hamas will kill you. So those are your choices. You die because of a war Hamas starts, or Hamas kills you themselves, or your government changes, you get peace and prosperity. Those are the choices that are available to the people of Palestine. And they are finally, the Palestinian people are finally starting to say, hey, you know what? Maybe all this terrorism we've been doing, the Gazan, the people of Gaza, the Palestinians have been trying terrorism since the 70s. Since the 1970s, about 50 years, they have been trying terrorism. And it hasn't worked. Not once. Their agendas are not moving forward. They are not becoming safer. They haven't had more prosperity. It isn't working for them. But they've had lots of it. The PLO, Yasser Arafat. I know there's a bunch of people who are watching the program, younger people. They have no idea who Yasser Arafat is. They have no idea what the PLO is. These are terrorist organizations. It was a terrorist leader. That's back in the 70s and in the 80s. When they were, again, it was a different terrorist group, but doing the same thing. Kill everyone that doesn't agree with what they believe. It didn't work. Then eventually you had a couple of different groups trying to do this. It doesn't work. And I am encouraged that the Palestinians are finally saying the answer is change the government. I've been saying that for a long time. Change your government. You can get peace and you can get prosperity if you don't have terrorists running your country. Terrorists only get you killed because they are the ultimate ideologue. They think they go to heaven when they die because they think they've done a good thing. So they don't mind dying. Some of them may even look forward to dying in the cause. But if you have a kid who's 5 and you're just a regular parent, you don't want that. But the people who are running Hamas don't care. So when I saw this story, which again didn't get a hell of a lot of news, came out 4 days ago, it was a blip on the international news media, but I thought it was very encouraging. And I hope it continues to grow. And we should encourage it to grow. There should be more stories saying this is a good thing. That if the people of Gaza and the West Bank abandon terrorism as a form of government, if they just try to have a peaceful, real government, that they can gain peace and prosperity, I don't know. Why isn't the news media talking about it? That really doesn't make sense, does it, folks? You would expect that they should be shouting this at the top of their lungs on all news media, that this should have been part of at least a 3-day news cycle, if not longer, that this should have been promoted by all the major news media, that this should be internationally going across everywhere. The colleges should be screaming up and down in agreement with this, that when they have their promos say, get out of Palestine and get rid of Hamas. That's what they should be saying. Get rid of Hamas. Peace and prosperity can be in for the people of Gaza if there is no Hamas, no more terrorist governments. Why aren't they doing it? Why aren't they saying that? If they truly believe in trying to help the people of Palestine, which Palestine doesn't exist, but if they want to help the Palestine, a nation does not exist, but if they truly want to help them, why aren't they shouting from the top of their lungs, get rid of Hamas? I don't understand it. That's something that never made sense to me. Maybe it makes sense to someone out there. I don't see the logic in it. And I'm asking you, my audience, does it make sense to any of you? Why would you want to keep a terrorist organization as your government, knowing that that will create more opportunities for war for you to be killed? That this, by having a terrorist organization that is actively trying to genocide your neighbors, you will be attacked more often and your people will die more often. And that the opportunity exists that if you don't have a terrorist running your country with the stated goal, mission of their government is to genocide their neighbors, if that doesn't exist, you can get humanitarian aid. You can have your homes rebuilt. You can have a future. Why haven't they been doing this before? Because they're afraid they're going to die? They're dying anyway. They're just dying slower. If it wasn't for this October 7th attack, then there'll be a different attack. It's been multiple attacks. It's not like Hamas isn't creating situations where they get attacked on a regular basis over and over and over again. We've seen this, again, going back to the 70s with the PLO and Yasser Arafat. Every terrorist government goes through this. The fact is, they just get attacked and attacked and attacked. Their people die and die and die. They never achieve their goals, ever. ISIS didn't achieve its goals. Al-Qaeda, the Taliban kind of did, but that's more because Joe Biden just gave up. So, okay, there is an example. I stand corrected. The Taliban did get what they wanted because Joe Biden was weak and a part-time zombie president, and God knows who made the decision in dealing with Afghanistan. I don't know. I don't think anyone knows at this moment, no regular person, most of the news media, no one knows who actually made the decision to run away from Afghanistan. So I got to say, okay, Afghanistan is the example, but that's an exception. Maybe it's me. All right, let me move on. Oh, now we're going to get to talking about President Trump and the ACLU. Yeah, we're going to talk about domestic issues in a second. But before I do that, again, I want to remind everyone, we're going to be taking the break very shortly. Actually, yeah, I'm going to take it in a moment. But before we take the break, and we'll be back. So for those who are new to the channel, I normally play a clip of a previous episode, a show, a speech that I've done, so that you can watch that until I get back, and then we pick up the show. And we'll be talking about Donald Trump. We'll be talking about voter ID laws and what has happened in America. We're being told this is one of the most racist things that has ever happened in America. I disagree. It's about voter ID laws. And I don't think it's let me ask the question of everyone here. Hang on one second, folks. So I'm going to leave this question up. Do you think that voter ID laws are racist? Do you think they prevent anyone from voting? We're going to talk about that when we get back, because that's the argument we're hearing now, which doesn't make sense to me. It's an empty argument. Again, it's Orange Man bad. And everything Orange Man bad does must be evil. Has to be. Even though there's no evidence of that. Even though there's no proof. No one's found it. They've been looking for it since 2015. No one has found this evidence of this great evil. It just doesn't exist. But they have a feeling, and that seems to be more than enough. So we're going to talk a little bit about voter ID laws. We're going to talk a little bit about Elise Stefanik, who was going to be the UN ambassador for the United States, but that changed. And the question is, why did that change? Why is she no longer going to the UN? We'll talk about some of the common thoughts out there. I have come to have a different understanding about that. And I believe I know why she's no longer going to the UN. And I'll explain as much of that as I can without revealing my sources or the reasons. We're going to talk, when we get back, about Jon Stewart and the reality of why efficiency and effectiveness. Those are two things that I talk about a lot on this channel. You hear me say it often in many aspects when talking about our government. And Jon Stewart just learned what I've been talking about for a decade, about why effectiveness and efficiency is important. Jon Stewart loses his mind in front of millions of people, and he didn't know. He's a Democrat, he loves being a Democrat, and he suddenly came to understand what it is to be a Democrat and have inefficient, ineffective policies and leadership. And we'll talk a little bit about that. And there was something else I wanted to talk about. Well, we'll get to it. We'll get to all of that. So these are a couple of the stories that we'll be talking about when we get back. I hope you'll enjoy that. I need to figure out what I'm going to present to everyone. I did not set up a story ahead of time. My fault, I know. I'm trying to get ready for my birthday. I'm trying to get everything ready for the birthday marathon. And I'm trying to deal with Windows 11 crashing my computer, which is no fun. So I'm trying to get all of those things done. So it is throwing me off a little bit. I apologize for that. Let's go. Give me a moment. I'm sure I have a speech that I've made. Let's see. I'm trying to find one of them. Nope, there. And let's see who's. Must have an interview in here somewhere. You know what? Here it is. I will play. I was talking with Kit Cabello about a second civil war. Notice, no one's talking about a second civil war anymore. That's all disappeared. Under the Biden administration, things were getting worse and worse, and people were talking about America splitting apart, that everything was going to become broken, that we were getting to the point where people didn't know if they wanted to be American or not. Now, as much as people may say they hate Donald Trump, some do, as much as some people have TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, as much as some people say Orange Man bad, no one's saying they want to end America. There's one splinter group in California. They don't count. You're not hearing on a national level, in city after city, state after state, that America is going to end, that there's going to be a war, a civil war in America. You aren't hearing that. But I want to go back to November 29th, 2024, when we were talking about this issue with my friend in Kit Cabello of Hard Lens Media. Kit is a Marine, and he's a leftist. I am not. So it's kind of interesting because you've got me on the right and Kit on the left talking about this issue, which we both take very, very seriously. So it's a very interesting interview.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today, March 23rd of 2022, to discuss the American dream. That's a big statement. What is the American dream? What does it matter? Especially as we look at America going forward, as we look at the world and how it is changing. Does the American dream exist? And do you believe you can have a part of that? We're going to...
No, doing a different story. My computer's not acting up, is acting up slowly. So bear with. There we go.
Minds running wild, stories yet untold. Blinded by the fences they can't comprehend. Thinking their walls, their illusions won't end. Oh, can't you see those sheep so lost? Dancing with wolves at a high cost. Break down the fences, regain your sight. Embrace who you are in the bare moonlight. A cage is a cage, lean free, stops cold. Ain't in a rage, keep ripping the bone or zombie the beast.
Hey everybody, how are you doing? Doing something a little bit different today. If you may notice the difference in the look, we went to StreamYard for this, and I want to thank my friends over at the Liberty First Foundation for letting me borrow their account for a moment, because I wanted to have a very special conversation. Now, before I get to that, let me step back. Happy Thanksgiving. I hope everyone is well. I hope you found it to be peaceful, warmth, filled with love and family, and of course, that you were fed. For those who are homeless or those who are in need, I hope you were able to reach out and find someone who would be able to help you through the holiday season. Please remember, you are loved, and if you have an issue, reach out. America is generous and giving, and we will help. Now, that being said, I also want to go on and mention that this was a question I had in my mind for over a week. it's an issue that I think is important as we get closer to 2025. And I wanted to reach out to somebody to get some feedback, to get an answer. And I was talking to a very good man, a very interesting individual, Kit Cabello, with Hard Lens Media, which I watch on a regular basis. And Kit and I have been on several panel discussions before with our friend Larry Sharp, and he even invited me on election night to his program as a first right-leaning libertarian. Well, I'm a Republican conservative on his program, and I said, Kit, you're left of me, obviously, left of center-ish, like a libertarian light, maybe a libertarian left on a lot of issues. So let's have this conversation. What are you hearing in Chicago, in the more central of America, than I'm hearing here on the East Coast, and what can we expect? And Kit was wonderful enough to say, yeah, Mike, I definitely want to have this conversation. Let's go there. And he also said, hey, hold off a week. And thank God he did, because since that time, and I'll show some of the coverage here in 1 second, some of the news articles, but we've had a lot of news come out that I think goes to my question, to my answer. Are we looking at a second civil war? And I think the answer is yes. But before I go any further, of course, he's on the screen and he deserves to be heard as well. And Kit, I know I'm gregarious. How you doing, man?
I'm doing really well, and I'm proud to say that this is the first, I guess, conservative Republican-leaning show that I have been on for Hard Lens Media. I've been on I've been on Larry Sharp's show. He's libertarian, of course, and that's kind of the farthest I've crossed the Rubicon. But I believe in this day and age, hey, look, you got to talk to people, you got to speak to people. I have a very diverse audience of both Trump supporters, socialists, communists, Greens, independents, libertarians, all that kind of good stuff. And I believe in the whole idea of speaking to people and talking to people, and no, not changing their mind, but more of, okay, I didn't see your perspective on that. And that's how we got to look at things now. Look at perspectives. And I do kind of want to talk about the idea of a second civil war. I mean, I want to say yes, but also with a caveat of a no. But there's a few shades of gray in between. But just so your audience gets to know me, yes, I am left to Michael. We are both Marines nonetheless, and Semper Fidelis through and through. I would say independent. There's some aspects of libertarianism I agree with. But doing this business for 7 years, you learn one thing, and that is you have to observe the world around you, and you have to be willing to understand that there's a process and way in which people speak to one another in this era where we have smartphones to get information at the millisecond, and it is imperative to not be in your safe space and in a bubble. And after doing this for 7 years on the streets with a Galaxy S7 cell phone, being on radio, being on television, and coming here onto the internet, you have to learn that it is the world is more complicated, and there are infrastructures put into place in which we get information, but also how we communicate with one another. And I'm glad to have this conversation with you and discuss, yes, the very real uncertain times that we are in, and maybe how we can avoid certain things before people cross a road that they will regret crossing.
No, I think it's important, and I think you're right, that if we don't have the conversation, then people will go too far, and it may be irretrievable, and we may never be able to walk back. But talking about it, addressing people's concerns, talking about alternative ways they can let their voices be heard, perhaps that leads to a better path or inspires someone to step up and lead a better way. And that's kind of what I want, because I don't want a second civil war. I first talked about this idea that it could be possible, believe it or not, was back in 2016. I wrote an article about it, and saying that it's something that, in the next 7 to 10 years, it was something that was realistic even then, and more so today. But that's why we need different voices. That's what the First Amendment is about. It's not protecting you from being offended. It's about making sure that I can speak and other people that I talk to can hear it, and the same thing goes vice versa, so that I
a lot of my audience, some of my audience may not hear more left-leaning voices. I listen to it on a regular basis. How do I know I'm right if I don't hear the other side? If I don't hear their concern, just like I want them to hear my concern,
right?
So that I can say, okay, maybe there's something in what they're offering or asking for. Is there something I can bend? Is there something that I can adopt? Is there some way we can meet and make America the best country it can be for all of us combined? That's my thought process about all of that.
Agreed. Well, so if we're talking about a potential, are we leading the conversation to where the possibility of something like this happening? Because I could sit here and theorize, and I could give you maybe some thoughts which I could see a scenario like that happening, but maybe not in the traditional sense where it's I don't know, certain states against another certain states. I could see it working in two different ways for a potential, I guess, civil conflict. Maybe I don't know. It's your show. How do you want to have this? Set the parameters.
Well, I always like to start off with, let's detail the facts that we have in place. And then from those facts, we can extrapolate and see where the conversation goes from there. Okay. And to that end, let me show everybody. I always like to provide my audience with the evidence. I know you do as well. So let's start off with, this all kicked off because about a week ago, I think it was, what was it? What day was it? November, it was about a week ago. Okay. We saw that Democratic North Carolina 13th District House member Wiley Nickel came out, went on CNN, went out on the mainstream news media and said he wants to create a shadow government. He called it a shadow cabinet, but what they would do is they would go around. There would be a Democrat for every position in the cabinet. So Attorney General, Secretary of State, Ambassador to the UN. It's the all Democrat roster to replace or supplement, as he would say, the Trump nominees and give the Democratic and left-leaning, very much progressive ideology every time that one of the cabinet members addressed something for the nation. That's a shadow government. That's a second government in America. He wants it to say, well, it's just like England, except we don't have a parliament. It's not. It's insurrectionist, I believe. But from that story, we then go on to the next. So following up that, God, and bear with me, folks, it's not my normal system, so it takes me a little extra time. But then we found out on the 28th, we had a New York Democrat. This is Liz Kruger for New York State. She comes out and she says, again, publicly to the world, that she wants to see New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Vermont secede from the United States. This is what started the war, the Civil War initially, is seceding from the United States. She wants to take New York, these states, these very blue states in Northeast, and bring them into Canada, which tells you how far left Canada is, because she believes that everyone agrees. Everyone just thinks that, New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, they're just all progressive anyway. So it doesn't matter. Just leave America, leave Trump alone. And instead of the people who, like some of the celebrities, instead of going over to England or other parts of the world, she's just going to take the entire state and all the money and go, because she doesn't like the policies she thinks Trump will enact and the way she thinks it's going to impact America. She doesn't know, but just because it's not what she wants the entire 4 states to just leave America, no matter the impact to the rest of America.
Okay.
This was followed
I'm seeing this picture being set up. Okay.
Mm-hmm. But then we also have, and you can disagree. I have absolutely no problem with anyone who disagrees with me. But then there's also, and again, I'm trying to give all the evidence. Links will be in the description after the show. Mm-hmm. Then on Tuesday and Wednesday, we had I believe it was every single one of Trump's nominees, all of them,
received death threats to them and their families, with messages attached to these to these bomb threats that were very specific, very much coming from leftist ideology, quoting leftist ideology, and wanting to try and kill or threaten to kill the Trump nominees, and emphasizing that Trump is violating their ideology, their feelings, rather than what they expected to get from Kamala and Democrats. And so this is the evil. Now,
oh yeah, beyond that, and for the record, I think both you and I can agree. I condemn any kind of threats being done to any politician, no matter where they stand politically. I think you agree with that too. And more importantly, that the two incidents that happened with Donald Trump. The first time that took place in Pennsylvania, where a firefighter lost his life protecting his family. I condemn that as well, because but it comes par with the course. Unfortunately, if you are a high-profile political person in a position of power, it is something that shouldn't happen. But it's nothing new in the realm of politics, both in antiquity and in this modern day and age. But this is shows the sign of how mentally unhinged there are people that are out there, especially what we see on TikTok. And we'll probably get to that a little bit later.
Yep.
But then we also look at the aspect of, some of these attacks or these threats that have been made could also come from people that just like to instigate fights. And if you want to go a little bit further, is that, it's not the first time you see the deep state institutions like CIA or NSA do anything nefarious, like spying in on us as sovereign citizens. So these are things that must be taken into account. A random lone person, but again, that is maybe if we push forward.
No, I agree, and we're going to get all into that. I just want to lay out all the evidence that I'm looking at right this second. So this is bringing everyone up to date, and again, links will be in the description after the show. That brings us to now, where we have seen. No, actually, I skipped one. Just these last two things, and then we'll go into the conversation. So there's, of course, the rant from Joy Reid, which I think everyone has heard about. It's been viral.
Talked about it, yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of hate, and she's not the only one, but she may be one of the more prominent individuals. She's espousing what I will say is racism on MSNBC, trying to break up and separate families based on her ideology, her feelings, her dislike of Republicans, which I find really objectionable. And then finally, to be fair, there was news that came out today, and just to set up that entire environment here, and that is, here we go. And there was a bomb threat in Connecticut. The Connecticut Democrats say they received bomb threats, all of them signed MAGA, not personal attacks, not attacks about their families or their livelihoods, but bomb threats seem to have gone out to these Connecticut Democrats. Didn't happen across the country, just in Connecticut. And they were all signed MAGA, which may or may not be true. Personally, I don't think they were, but we'll get into why I think that in a moment. So that's the environment we find ourselves in.
Okay, fair enough. And then when we cover these stories and we talk about them, again, we got to be careful, because there's always that jackboot of censorship that comes down our way. I mean, I know about that personally all too well, but one looking at those headlines and reading the article could think, okay, are we in uncertain times? Well, yeah, of course, because there's many emotional people out there that are easily triggered by corporate media. So if we are taking this discussion in regards towards, are we heading towards a civil conflict? If there is to be one, I don't think that this is going to be the one that's going to set it off, because if there would be ever a civil conflict, it's going to be the establishment trying to further suppress people. It would be those in positions of power trying to go after everyone who are speaking out and calling out our politicians. Notice more so than ever that there are people who are critical of Democrats and Republican lawmakers, and the trust in the voting process has been heavily questioned. And I don't want to project everything that I've seen in Chicago politics, but election integrity is a very serious issue here. And when the system constantly proves that it's not really legitimate, that it's bought by corporate donors, money influence, you have, lobby groups consistently buying off our politicians, the average citizen, no matter what state they live in, small town or big city, has the right to really think, am I truly being represented in the halls of Congress, in the House of Representatives, in the U.S. Senate, and dare I say it, even in the office of the presidency? Because we don't have a true democracy. Technically, we are a constitutional republic, but we are a republic, thanks to our Supreme Court, that opened the floodgates to dark money so that these politicians can be bought, because it's all about the dollars. But if we're talking about a civil war, I would say it's more of one of politics. Now, these threats that are happening to politicians, let's look at the wide range of things. Is this an organized effort from a underground group? I would say no, knowing for the fact of how the left cannibalizes itself. Are these lone individuals?
Sure? It's not like this feels like an Democratic.
And then there's also you have to remember too that there are also a lot of people that kind of just like to push the chaos, that like to cause trouble for the sake of causing trouble, like that one douchebag Johnny Somali all the way there in Korea.
True,
you're right. There are people like that are out there, and there's always going to be a copycat because they want to do that too, just to hurt people's feelings. And then, of course, there is the ever upset establishment. Let's be clear. The establishment didn't want Donald Trump to win. And there are many ways, many reasons why they didn't want him to win, because he was one of the few people, dare I say it, that gave out the secret sauce. During his first Republican primary debate in 2016 alone, I think this flew over so many people's heads. He said, when the money in politics was brought up, he said, I give these people money and they do what I say. And we have to remember, he used to be a Democrat. He gave money to Democrat politicians. He gave money to Republican politicians. And a lot of those people on the debate stage, from little boy Rubio to everybody else, raised their hand if they got money from Donald Trump. And most of them did. There was only a handful that didn't. Like Donald Trump gave it away. And then, of course, during the debate was Hillary, about paying taxes and how he told, the election, this system is rigged. How do I know? Because I've used it. And even then, when questioned about why are we in Syria, this was during the first administration, during his first term, why are we in Syria? Any other president, from Reagan, Bush Sr., Bush Jr., Bill Clinton, Biden, Obama, they would say we're there for freedom, we're there for infrastructure. Trump said, hey, we're here for the oil. Everyone in the establishment, diehard neoliberal Democrats, neoconservative Republicans, collectively crap their pants. Again, giving out the truth of it. And look at how the whole system was pushing back against Donald Trump. Lawfare going against him, trying to censor and suppress him, and so much else in regards to pushing back on how his movement was growing, because he kept his political organizations together. So when we look at this, he has been, gaining popularity, and right now he's on the high wave of popularity, and whether he maintains it is up in the air in regards to policies, how he implements it. But if we're talking about a civil conflict, we're going to probably witnessing a full-on breakdown of the Democrat machine, because it has faltered heavily. And I want to say it's going to be here in the Midwest when it comes down to the Democrat machine, because for the first time in a long time in my city, 22% of the city's population, and not a whole bunch of us voted in Chicago because it's beaten out of us. Like the electoral posse, Chicagoans that vote and the Chicagoans that live in the city, Chicagoans that vote, it's like a handful. 22% of that handful voted for Donald Trump. That is unheard of. And it's going to be more of a debate of issues and how the Democratic Party is going to be losing key ground areas. And they're going to be pushing back politically. They're going to be trying to gain more momentum in ground. But we're going to see a breakdown of systems because the traditional Democrat machine cannot maintain itself. They have lost their coalition. And it's going to be further infighting within the Democratic Party to find its identity. And yes, will there be violence? There's always violence. But it's going to be, what we're going to see here is a level of uncertainty of who's in command. And it won't be seen like red versus blue or conservatives versus liberals or anything like that. It's going to be more of liberals, more of infighting with themselves because they don't have an identity. And how can they have an identity when they stand for nothing? What are their policies? What was Kamala's policies? It took her 48 days to put policies on her website, and whoever coded that still had Joe Biden's vote for Joe Biden on the campaign webpage.
No, I understand completely, but I want to. I'm agreeing with like 90% of where you're going and what you're saying, but here's my thing. Because what we have seen consistently is that when the left doesn't get what they want, they throw a tantrum. Their tantrum inevitably always include autonomous zones, riots, arson, and frequently death. This is what we've seen. We've seen it in Seattle. We saw that in Austin. We saw that in Atlanta. We continue to see it in Atlanta. We've seen it in Boston and New York and Brooklyn and Chicago as well. We've seen it across the country. This is
when it comes down to Chicago, something in Chicago, something new is happening here. The autonomous zones, not a thing. What is happening here? Pushback against Mayor Brandon Johnson. He has succeeded and won a trophy that nobody ever wants to win. He is more hated than Lori Lightfoot. And on my show, we used to rag and joke about Lori Lightfoot being the worst mayor ever and being more hated than Rahm Emanuel. Brandon Johnson has crossed that threshold. What people may not remember, and because I call it the great blurring effect because we're stuck with being in front of our computers and information coming at us at a second, there was a movement calling for his recall before the DNC convention came here in Chicago. And it was Trump-leaning voters, libertarians, independents, all there to call and push back against Mayor Brandon Johnson's unpopular policies. And Chicagoans across the board voted against his tax increase, and they were voting for people that would stand against Mayor Brandon Johnson's policy of taxing homeowners in this city. In Chicago, and I'm just going to speak from what I'm seeing on the ground here, there is a disdain for the machine. It's not autonomous zones. Those that did have influence within the left, even those that are very far more left-leaning than me in city council, are also pushing back against Mayor Brandon Johnson. And it's not through autonomous zones. It is more of trying to maintain a new their presence in the political environment in the city that's changing. Now, I don't know what's happening on the West Coast. Boston, people who live in those areas can speak if there's autonomous zones happening there. But in Chicago alone, it is actually more, I think, the foundations of a political revolution against a machine that was established by Old Man Daley. If you want to understand about how Chicago's run, I encourage your audience, read the book American Pharaoh, and you will see just how the machine insidiously took over the city and beat voters to not caring anymore, except for the diehard sycophants.
No, I agree, and I should add a caveat, by the way, for folks who don't know, and I have followed this, during the DNC convention this year, Kit was down on the ground, was out amongst the people. He was covering the 3,000 individuals that were protesting at the DNC, all of them, presumably, and apparently all of them Democrats or of some leftist persuasion to varying degrees. So he was on the ground, and when he says he's got his ear to the ground, I've seen him do this many times, much like I do here in New York and when I was in central New York. So I appreciate that, and I do pay attention. So maybe it's not the autonomous zone in Chicago, but it is something that we have seen consistently, and we have seen consistent violence. And now we're seeing that being, I literally believe that we're seeing from MSNBC and CNN, whether it's Joy Reid or some of her cohorts and her peers in the 80% of mainstream news media that is leftist, when we see that from Google, the monopoly that is manipulating algorithms to shove things like The View down our throats as they tell us, and consistently have been telling us, our vote was too based on being too dumb, that our ideologies, if you're Hispanic, you hate women. If you're black, then you hate black people and women. They have been shoving
that off.
Huh?
I said, yeah, I mean, I do find it interesting that they are saying like, hey, you hate this group, even though you might be of that same group. Like, how do you pull that off? Like, they're trying to do the whole self-hate. So sorry, continue your thought, because I actually have something very empowering to share with you, because I think something a little bit different will happen.
Okay. But this is the environment that I'm seeing, and this is the culture that I'm seeing that they are pushing out there. Whether or not and given MSNBC, CNN, they're losing views, but they are still pushing this. And when you couple that with the indoctrination that we see in
schools from kindergarten all the way through college, where kids are being taught the CRT, they're being taught the intersectionality, where they're being taught equity, the division, the never-ending division of American citizens based on an arbitrary list of rankings based on characteristics, immutable facts of life, your skin color, your sex, your sexual preference. This is divisive, and we know these are people who tend to take that divisiveness and microaggression. That means it's aggression, it's violence. Therefore, they respond with violence every time. And that makes me concerned for January 21st, 2025 and beyond. It makes me think they are trying to create, they want to secede. They want to have a shadow government. That's how you create a civil war. You create a shadow government. That's infrastructure. You want to take several states. Those are assets. That's a civil war. This is insurrectionist, in my opinion. But where are you thinking? How are you thinking this is going?
First of all, you have you ever seen the show Succession?
Actually, I don't watch entertainment. I watch anime, video games, and
I would
news.
I would recommend, if anything, it's on HBO Max. Succession. It really is a perfect example of power, politics, media. But there's a character in there, Logan Roy, who told his children, I won't tell you what season it is, but he said, "I love you, but you are not serious people." When we see people talk about it, I do because it's something that kind of, I think, should really kind of stick in the heart a little bit, because you have politicians saying, "Oh, we want to succeed New York, Massachusetts, Vermont, and put it into Canada." First of all, when you hear that person is delegitimizing themselves and revealing that they have no loyalty to their said constituents and not thinking about the bigger picture, because they're seeing the grass on the other side and thinking it's pretty green. We're both in the Marine Corps, that old cadence. Don't let the green grass fool you. Yeah. Don't let it change your mind. Okay. And the thing is, I remember that cadence a lot, because it does leave an impact. Like, don't let that green grass fool you. Don't let it change your mind. And these politicians who are calling for it, do you have the support? Do you have the support of the people? And the people, what I've been seeing here in Chicago, is they're fine with how the election turned out. They're fine with it. Everyone is fine. And for those in these areas these people who are saying this, well, then they got to be voted out of office. And if they're going to let an election get the better of them, then it tells me that their organization skills and their ability to be, I guess, reasonable leaders or inspire others is non-existent, because they're letting the propaganda, going back to the point of corporate media, MSNBC and CNN, get the better of their critical thinking. Because who's running corporate media? You have a bunch of people that had a narrative that has now been proven false, because their viewership is dying off. Their viewership is either going away, or either that the advertisers are, and again, because it's all about money, always comes back down to the dollars. Always comes back down to the dollars. It does. Are looking at it like, this is not profitable. CNN is not a profitable institution. MSNBC is being potentially let go by Comcast and being taken off the books from NBC because it's not profitable and it's viewed as divisive. The legitimacy of these institutions and organizations, while they are still powerful and vastly richer than you or I, their legitimacy is dying off. Their power is waning away. Not to say that we should dismiss it or either that not treat it as a threat. I would say watch it and observe it, because every time we engage with it, we ourselves, when we do our programming and our shows, we are revealing just how illegitimate these quote unquote news sources, these institutions are, because they aren't informing people. They're giving out propaganda as well as a controlled speech that removes people from thinking that, oh, if I just follow the orders, the system will be fine. But no, it is not fine, because corporate media went to bat for Kamala Harris and Biden, saying that everything was fine, and it blew up in their face. And now what are they talking about? They're constantly talking about looking for a Joe Rogan or making their own Joe Rogan. They had a Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan endorsed and supported Bernie Sanders until he was bullied out of supporting and that endorsement. You had these very same people. You had Mika and Morning Blow himself, all right? Joe Scarborough, after 8 years, decided to reestablish communications with Trump when people forgot that good old Joey was foaming at the mouth to be Trump's VP way back in 2016, because that's what he wanted. He wanted that and got rejected. Then you have CNN Plus. They created a streaming service, $250 million, and gone in 1 month. So
not even a month. Not even.
Okay, more. Okay. The point is, it didn't last long at all, and it was very pathetic. The people running these things they are their own worst enemy. And to quote my grandfather, may he rest in peace, no one can do you in like you can do yourself in. You are your own worst enemy. And these people who have been triggered and allowed Trump derangement syndrome to get the better of them are indeed destroying themselves. And because of that, too, by proxy with social media, you have people on TikTok. And this is very where we might differ, but this has led me to believe why we need Medicare for all, because of the lack of mental health in this country and people who have been eating and consuming. We are witnessing people who are reacting to a lie that has been revealed to them. They are reacting in real time. And of course, they're making statements like, oh, divorce your husband, which again, legal proceedings cost money. Separate yourselves from your family. Don't do that, because you never know when the Grim Reaper will take away your loved one. And then your last words were like, I hate you because you voted for Trump. Let that haunt you in the rest of your life. And then you have other people saying, oh, I want to deport migrants. And again, passive-aggressive racism, passive-aggressive BS from all these people on TikTok. They are destroying themselves. And how can anyone of real critical thinking take them seriously? They are going to delegitimize themselves. So yes, be concerned about it, but also know who your opponent is. If they're doing themselves in and damaging themselves and then being open to ridicule, because yes, I do laugh at them, but they are also revealing that, hey, if these people do act, they can more importantly be stopped by a single policeman, or either that other people calling in on them and saying like, hey, this person's mentally unhinged and not right in the head. I think it's important for us to view how civil conflict can happen and also how things can change. And a lot of these people who suffer from Trump derangement syndrome are doing themselves in. It is your opponent's punching themselves, and they can't stop punching themselves, even though you're not holding their fist.
I'm fine with that. Politically, I have no problem with that, because it highlights the weakness of a candidate and how ineffective and inefficient that they are, and therefore they should be replaced. I'm fine with that part, but it's the consequence of that, because these are the same people, these same TikTok people who are cutting off their hair and saying that they're not going to procreate and they're not going to date, which I honestly think
you're threatening me with something that I'm not asking for.
It's like, I think social Darwinism, please don't procreate, don't continue the line. You need a genetic dead end there. And that's a good thing. And you don't want to be dating someone who values you so little that they're more their dating life comes from the headlines. But what I'm seeing is these are the same people that were in Portland, spent 120 days rioting. Now, most people don't realize in most countries, most times in the world, you only see a riot last about 3 to 7 days because people have to go to sleep. The emotion that drives it goes away. But yet for these people with the TDS, it doesn't go away. That's all they have is this emotion, and they use it to create damage. Not only the 120 days of rioting in Portland, but we saw $2 billion just in Minneapolis alone. Decades, generations will be negatively impacted. We see that in Atlanta, where they destroyed what's commonly called Cop City, a facility to make police more accountable to the public, to make fire departments and EMS, emergency medical services, more efficient at taking care of the people, voted in properly by the public, paid for by tax dollars. And you had a bunch of people from outside of Georgia, some of them from outside the country, firebomb it and also attack and shooting and killing people. I'm not worried about Democrats. I can have a conversation with Democrats. I'm not against people who are on the left. I have conversations with you and many others, libertarians like Larry and many, many others. I don't mind having a different thought and a thought that doesn't agree with me, and we can have that conversation. I'm concerned that the Civil War is coming from legitimately a sliver of the Democratic Party, the far left, mostly known as co-equally as progressives, not entirely. Some of them are socialists, some of them are anarchists or whatever else they want to identify. But that sliver is not only very vocal, they're very actively violent. And that's all you need. Once the spark goes, and it could be as simple, and I'm surprised we were very close to that in 2020, but I could see them again. You kill one kid, you kill one mom too many, you kill one black guy or one Hispanic or whomever it is. They do one thing too many, and we have now crossed a line we can't come back from. And then we start to see that, or we get more momentum from people like Representative Nickel in North Carolina, where they do, in fact, try to put together a shadow government, an infrastructure for a civil war, and maybe they start funding those alternative candidates. Now we're building into that.
So when we look at one House Representative Democrat talking about doing a shadow cabinet to counter Trump, when I look at the Democrats, and maybe this is just me being too idealistic here, but it is reasonable to make this assessment. It is a party that is completely unorganized, and it's a party that doesn't have an identity. Each of these Democrats that have been elected in office got it in by the skin of their teeth, because the Republicans not only took over the Senate and House, but they also took over the presidency too. So this was a three-prong hit that devastated the Democrats. And a lot of these people, and I want to quote one of my colleagues, Farron, who worked some time in Washington, D.C., these politicians are not as united as they seem to be, especially the Democrats, because they're thinking about their careers 2 years down the road, 4 years down the road, 6 years, 8 years down the road. And remember, they're not individuals who want to be leaders. They're owned by their corporate donors. The same people who own the Democrats also own Republican politicians too. And it's all about returning investments for these politicians, or not politicians, but for the corporate donors, because you have all these same corporate donors now wondering, we put $1 billion into Kamala Harris and the Democrats, and they got nothing back in return. Again, they're probably going to recover. They're going to be fine. There might be some investments here and there, but as a shadow thing, the one thing that's going to matter the most is most of those politicians are on the phone 95% of the time calling their donors so they get ready for the next midterm election cycle.
Yeah.
It is a joke because they don't really have a unified front. And what's going to happen currently in the House too, I don't know if you saw this or not, but I covered this on my show. You know, the House of Representatives could potentially get down to 216 Democrats, 216 Republicans. If it's a tied vote, the bill dies. We're going to have a do-nothing Congress, potentially. That's the bigger risk of a Congress that can't do anything. So if the Democrats do want to do a shadow government or anything of that nature, how can they organize it when currently this House is being set up for failure and could be one of the big things that's going to be fought about in the midterm election cycle of 2026? Yeah, but then when we also look at, let me just finish this thought. Then when we look at a lot of these individuals who suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, who are protesting and panicking. I have yet to cover a Trump protest, but here in Chicago, because there was one that took place on November 6th when my family flew in from Japan into the airport, which, side note, fastest time I ever got to O'Hare, fastest time ever coming home. And I did it again for my stepfather. We had to go all the way back to Japan and everything else. Fastest time getting there, fastest time getting home. I don't know what's going on, but I'm kind of spooked out about it. But besides the point, the protests haven't been as massive. The protests have not been as continuous so far. Now, anything can happen between after January 20th when Trump gets sworn into office. Between now and then, anything can happen, even afterwards. But there's a lack of the enthusiasm, the fight. The big time fighters are not there. The quote unquote leaders and the big cheerleaders within Hollywood, within the main vote blue no matter who sphere, have lost the power and the momentum. All that's left are really the more unhinged people that you stay away from. It is an organization. See, the thing is, I'm not saying don't underestimate it, but I'm saying, how can it maintain itself when most likely, if that's all that's left, they will cannibalize themselves. They will go after each other, just like with Blue Sky. Blue Sky is a perfect piece of this because we're seeing it. We're seeing how, because there's no other dissenting opinions in there, they're all now pointing the guns at each other because that's what the internet is. It's always a place where people want to crap talk, shit talk to each other. Sorry, I didn't swear. But just insult each other all the time. And it is truly unsustainable. There is no identity.
But here's my thing. Here's my thing about that, because while it is long-term unsustainable, I agree with you. I believe the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, and T,
which is also a wing of the Democrats, because they voted in to be part of the Democratic Party by proxy.
Right. They're all Democrats, but they're that sliver I'm talking about, that they make up about 7% of the Democratic Party, but they have huge voices, but they're unsustainable. It's part of the reason why they joined the Democratic Party, so they can get money saying they're Democrats and grift off of that donor base that Democrats have.
I got a story to tell you.
Okay.
Then. Okay.
But my concern is that they don't necessarily care about the long term. They care about they are feelings based. Whatever they feel is right. They believe in the subjective truth. They believe in that they're right because they feel right, regardless of what facts, what's empirically out there. AOC herself, in her famous 60 Minutes interview, she doesn't believe in what's empirically, semantically, what's factually, mathematically the truth. It's about her feelings. They told us the path they were going on, and I have to believe, and maybe you're hearing this, maybe not, I've heard rumors that there will be rioting on January 20th, Inauguration Day, that there are groups of leftists who are looking to create that use that window of opportunity, not just in DC, but in the 10 largest cities in America, which are all Democrat-led for at least 50 years each, if not 100. And they're going to use that opportunity to punish people, because that's what they do. They punish anyone who does not obey their feelings. And that's, again, these are the catalysts that I'm concerned about, because we don't have, while you and I and alternative media says, well, let's have a conversation. Let's bring that tone down. Yeah, we can have our passions, but let's talk about being effective and efficient and what's real. And they don't. Right. They just go, they're cats just losing their minds.
So, go ahead. Okay, when we look at, I guess, the attempts by, organizations like DSA, Our Revolution, Justice Democrats, Brand New Congress to reform the Democratic Party, those things eventually got co-opted and taken over by mainstream Democratic establishment. Of course, there is the more sycophant people who, oh God, when I had to interview some of them, I remember I covered the DSA event in 2018. It's like pulling teeth. Even when I covered the Socialist event in 2017, 2018, it's like, I mean, you're just trying to say, like, hey, why are you here? And everyone's giving you the eyeball like you're some sort of monster.
No, they were screaming across the street. Yeah, exactly. I was covering their marches, and they were going, he's Mike, he's right there. I'm like,
you're right. Exactly. Yeah. It's just, it is, these are the same people who, there's that video, I think that's very famous now. Hey, wave your hands, careful, I have sensory overload, all this kind of stuff. I mean, yes, of course there's going, most likely, I would be wrong not to say that there wouldn't be a protest, maybe riots, potentially riots on January 20th, because Trump knows how to trigger people, and there are many people who still suffer from Trump derangement syndrome. But what I've also noticed is, and again, I am expecting people to, get a little bit crazy and let their emotions get the better of their critical thinking. But another thing too that has really stood out to me is that the numbers. AOC can't pull in the crowds. Bernie can't pull in the crowds anymore. They can't pull in the people. And if the politicians can't pull in the numbers, that means there's a lack of enthusiasm. And these very same organizations, like, for example, DSA or anything else that's further left of them, or, in the extreme, they don't have the numbers. They don't have the support of the vast populace. You have a populace right now that is fearful of World War III. You have a populace right now that is trying to survive in an economy that is near shambles, all right? And then you also have a populace that is dealing with the fact that our infrastructure is failing. You have what happened to the people of East Palestine, Ohio, to the people of Lahaina, suffering from man-made and also natural disasters. You have the people still suffering from the hurricanes that hit us earlier this year in Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, etc. And you have a populace that is that just wants to get back to normal. And not to bring up another TV show reference, but I was a fan of I, Claudius, and it turns out the BBC did another series about the pharaohs, which, again, the budget was miserable, but I understood what they were trying to do. But there was a scene in there where the old pharaoh is speaking to his son about how he used to burn schools and everything else, and riots would happen. But as the old pharaoh's dying, he then tells his son, but you can't do that anymore, because see, people like normalcy. Like, you could have a riot here and there, but not anymore, because now things are a little bit more complicated, because people want normalcy. People want work. People want security. People want safety. People want to just go on living their lives the best way they can in a world that is understandably out of their control. I think that if anything, we're going to see further dissolvement and destruction of the left movement, especially even if they're still associated with the Democrats. That means there has to be a whole new identity made for independents and those that really want to create a new political party. Yes, we should be concerned about protests and riots and people threatening politicians. Absolutely. I don't like that at all. I don't like businesses being burnt down. I don't like people being threatened. I don't like you being threatened. I don't like myself being threatened. I don't want any of that to happen. But if we are on the precipice of a civil conflict, I think you're looking at the wrong opponent. The main opponent is the main establishment, the political institutions that want power, the same people, the donors, the Wall Street executives, the big banks, those that are involved in us getting in these ridiculous wars, or either then turn subverting our democracy our constitutional republic, because our politicians can be bought, and they're realizing they're losing their control because people are waking up to it. They're waking up to the fact that we are not being represented. We are not having our needs met by a political institution that is not for the people. It is losing its legitimacy. And when a populace realizes that there's said government that doesn't represent them, then there's a problem, because that's when there's always a pushback. We've seen this before in empires of old, the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, the Mongol Empire, the Russian Empire. We have seen this before. We have seen institutions fail. It is not, and again, civil war. Your neighbor isn't your enemy. Your family member isn't your enemy. Your friends are not your enemy. Your coworkers are not your enemy. It's the people. It's the people that put the policies upon us as they get richer, and the rest of us are left wondering where's our stake in the game.
Okay. Now, 1 second. Before I address that, and I do want to address that, I want to reach out to everyone who's watching the program. Please make sure to share this. Whether you agree, you disagree with either me or Kit, whether you have a different point of view, please share this. It's a First Amendment. Please share in the First Amendment and let everyone have a chance to hear this and then to make their voice heard as well. Please like and share not just my channels or Liberty First Foundation, but also go to Hard Lens Media, give him a like and a share and a subscription as well, because we're taking our time. This is Black Friday, Thanksgiving, the day after Thanksgiving. We have our families around, but we're taking time out because we think this is important to defend the First Amendment, to defend our nation, to share with you concerns, not telling you what to think, but telling you what we think so that you can then make your own decision. You have agency. And we can only do that when you guys are watching the program, sharing the program, commenting, and most of all, subscribing. That is your support. That's all we ask for. Of course, if you got an extra $1.50, you can join my Patreon, and I'd love that. It's $1.50, less than a cup of coffee. Fantastic, but I know the economy sucks, and it's going to suck until 2026, even with Trump in. We've covered that before. But all it takes, it's free. Like, share, subscribe. That's all we ask for Kit Cabello, my guest, and for myself.
And double check you're still subscribed, because I still get people who are saying, I've been unsubscribed from your channel. It is something we cannot control. And even when you try and comment on videos too, folks, it is out of our control as content creators, and it's happening to even larger channels than myself. It is very unfair. So the ball's in your court to please double check, triple check you're still subscribed, and follow us on all of our social media. Sorry, wish it was easier. In an ideal world, it should be.
It should be. And yeah, the last 2 Sundays in a row, I'm doing my live stream. I'm getting messages on my phone from people saying, yeah, YouTube won't let me comment anymore. Don't know why. By the way, when that happens, go to Rumble. Same channel, no sound bites allowed. Go to Rumble. Leave a comment there. I believe, Kit, you're on Rumble as well at Heartlands Media on Rumble.
Rumble, Rockfin, Odyssey, X, and Kick, which I'm really happy about Kick. But
I know you're number one in Kick. Wait until I figure out how to get on Kick, then I'll give you some competition. But
all right, there you go.
But to address what you're talking about, I think that there's 2 aspects. There's corporate. How can I explain this? There's the corporate element of our government, which is mostly the corruption side of it. There's a lot of corruption that comes out of that. There's the political side, people who want power and they're willing to do whatever they can to maintain their power. These are the politicians, left, right, all of them, that have been in the public eye and or elected office for 3, 4, 5 decades in a row. This is all they do. That's the Chuck Schumers, Nancy Pelosi's, Mitch McConnell's, all of them. That establishment. And then there's another element, which is just what we're seeing in the younger generations coming out of Harvard, coming out of Columbia, who have been trained for literally the last decade that if someone doesn't agree with your feeling, then they're the bad guy and they're evil. When you combine those 3 elements, because I understand you're saying, well, you're looking at any one of them. I'm looking at all of them. Mm-hmm. And when I see all of them, it's not that I disagree with any element of what you're saying. My belief is, my fear is that we will see all of those elements coalesce because because people are starting to turn away, because people aren't just holding their heads down, staying silent and doing as they have been told. Because we're seeing people go to alternatives like yourself, myself, Larry, and many others who are out there, they need an extreme reaction. They need something to justify the fear-mongering that they've been putting out for the last 8 years. It's not that I disagree with any element, any individual element of what we're talking about, what you're saying. Mm-hmm. It's that I'm seeing, my fear is because we don't have the government isn't putting a brake on this. The corporations aren't putting a brake on this. I mean, Joy Reid isn't pulled. What she said was absolutely 1,000% racist. There's no other way to describe.
Let them do themselves in. Let them do themselves in. No. This is perfect because it shows that it is an institution and there are people there whose ego and pride are going to be fallen. They're going to end their own legitimacy. They're going to end their own influence. It is them who have lost, and it is them who are going to still be screaming to an empty crowd.
I think they take us down with them. I think they're like Nero dancing in the flames because they're going to burn it all down because they think they'll be the king of the ashes. That's why they're talking about secession, and that's why they're talking.
And they can't pull it off. They can't pull it off because they're not organized. They can't pull it off because they got pride and ego, and they can't pull it off because each of these people think somehow they're the next rebel leader, or they're living in their own fantasy and a derangement, trying to equate Trump into something that he is not. A little-known German chancellor in the 1930s. He's not that. Those two are two different people altogether, of 2 different time eras, and of 2 different nations and of ideologies altogether. When you see individuals like those on corporate media, like MSNBC, spouting this, ask yourself, who is listening to them? Who is the crowd? Is it the max populace? No, it is not, because Trump got the electoral college, but he also got the popular vote.
Thank you so much for tuning into No Soundbites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have the conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, don't forget to subscribe, share, and leave us your comments. Your support helps us reach more people and continue to bring you the hard-hitting discussions you won't hear anywhere else. Follow me on the major social media platforms like X, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, and more to stay updated on upcoming episodes and join the conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Until next time, this is Michael Voss, and you've been listening to No Soundbites. Informed and settled for.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us back here at No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is March 30th, currently at 5:46 in the evening. I thank you if you've been continuing to watch the show all the way through. If you have just joined us, I thank you for taking a moment to be here with us. We appreciate each and every one of you. And if you are new, especially, I really thank you for dropping on in. Now, the first half of the show, we've been talking primarily about the international news and some breaking news as well. And trying to address where is America going? What are we seeing in the outlook in terms of the focus of the news media to try and imply that there is some negativity, there is some weakness or failure in the Trump administration's foreign policy, such as with Russia, trying to imply the potential of a World War III, which isn't what is being said. They're literally taking things out of context as we see that the Trump administration is trying to bring more stability and more peace into the world. Fine. We talked a little bit about what we're seeing with Elon Musk and the dishonesty of the news media trying to say, well, watch, he's now exiting the Trump administration. He's dropping DoGE. He's running away. There's a problem there. And there isn't, because we know that this was always part of the original plan. He only had 130 days as a special government employee. He could never be there for the 2 years of DoGE. He was never intended to be. He was there to bring the attention to it as they sought to bring increased transparency and to remove corruption and waste. And they have been effective at doing that. So we've been talking about a few different types of topics overall, talking about the attack, another leftist attack against someone who disagrees with them. In this case, using a car, not a gun, not a knife. They used a car to attack someone because they were protesting, because they support Trump administration, they support Elon Musk, they support DoGE, and that was enough for a 70-year-old man in Idaho to use his car to attack that man because of political difference. It makes no sense, folks. And the news media doesn't want to run with that story. They want you to think Elon is running away from DoGE. They want you to think that Trump is bringing America closer to World War III. But they don't want you to know that their attempts to manipulate people's emotions has led to a man using his car to attack someone else simply because that person has a different opinion. And that is sad, and we need to talk more about that. That's why I'm bringing it up. Now, as you can see from during the break, I was talking with Kit Cabello, a former Marine, fellow Marine, and he was talking about the things that we can expect moving forward, that America isn't primed for a second civil war, which the conversation in 2024, much of the conversation on national news media as well as in social media was centered around the potential of America going towards a second civil war. We have seen that all gone now. With a strong leader, with a focused plan, not necessarily one that everyone agrees with, but with a focused plan, we are seeing that the nation is uniting and the America First policies are doing its job, which is to unify the nation and to strengthen the nation. And we are seeing that everywhere in the world. Now, that being said, there is some breaking news that came out while we were away. And let me show you. So we just see that came out
while we were on the program, it's the New York City mayor's race. And Andrew Cuomo, the disgraced former governor who had to resign due to allegations of 11, or Letitia James, the attorney general, saying that she had proof of 11 separate cases of sexual assault by Andrew Cuomo, and rumors, and his orders that cost 16,000 New Yorkers to die by his policies, and the cover-up that came along with that. On top of the way too much corruption that the Moreland Commission was looking into before he removed it, before it could highlight his connection to corruption surrounding him. Well, that Andrew Cuomo is now positioning himself as the lead Democrat in the New York City mayor's race. He has about 40%, depending on the poll you look at, he's at about 40% approval amongst Democrats, putting out a crowd of about another 5 candidates. He has a double-digit lead on all of them. None of them have any real chance, as we were talking about in the first segment of the show, none of them have any real chance to challenge him. And so today, Andrew Cuomo went out and he got the endorsement of Representative Meeks, who represents Queens in New York. And Meeks said that Cuomo, and I quote, the best person to stand up to that guy at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, which of course means the president. I don't know why. I know why he didn't want to say the president, because that gives power and is recognition of the position of Donald Trump at this moment. He goes on to say, we need a person who can communicate the Democratic Party's issues and stand and tell the truth. Andrew Cuomo lied about what caused 16,000 New Yorkers to die in 2020. Andrew Cuomo lied about 11 cases of sexual assault. Andrew Cuomo lied that he was putting forward a smokescreen to hide the things that he had done that were confirmed that he did. And he's supposed to be talking about truth. These are the issues that the Democratic Party stands for. Are we sure? He goes on, Representative Meeks goes on to say, we have seen him do this before. No, we have not seen him be truthful. We have not seen him stand up for issues. We've seen Andrew Cuomo stand up for corruption. That's about it. The last person that Washington, D.C., I'm assuming he means the Trump administration. I assume he means Republicans in the House and the Senate. None of them care about Andrew Cuomo. None of them care about New York City in as much as or beyond open borders, illegal aliens, taxes. Other than that, I'm not aware of why any of these national organizations, we're talking about Congress, we're talking about the president. Why does he care? He doesn't. Because it doesn't matter who's in charge of New York City. New York City isn't independent. They would have to respond and do what the governor tells them to do, what federal policies and grants are telling them to do. That's one of the reasons why New York has fallen into such a decrepit state, much like LA and Boston and Chicago. The major cities are falling apart because of Democrat policies over the last 50 to 100 years, depending on which city you pick. And that doesn't change because of who's president. They've been doing this for literally a half century or more. It doesn't matter whether Donald Trump is president or not. New York has been crumbling. LA, Boston, Chicago have been crumbling long before any of these individuals were president, and probably will continue to be. And so he wants Andrew Cuomo, a disgraced, embarrassed Democrat, responsible for, or allegedly, according to, again, Attorney General Letitia James, allegedly responsible for 11 acts of sexual assault. Me Too no longer applies to Andrew Cuomo. And besides the fact that he's a Democrat, so it barely applied to him in the first place, But because he's running and because Democrats have no viable choice, he's now the best choice for mayor of New York City. He was forced to resign because of the corruption and criminality that he enacted. And this is the best choice for New York City? My God, Democrats are desperate. This is embarrassing. At least that's how I see it. Perhaps you think I'm different, think differently. And if you do, I'll be happy to hear your voice on that. But I think it's absolutely embarrassing. And this is coming out today that the recommendation of Representative Meeks in favor of Andrew Cuomo basically seals the fate of Eric Adams and the other 4 candidates for New York City mayor. They're done. Democrats have basically circled the wagons around the disgraced former governor, and now we see who's going to be the Republican candidate. We'll be talking on Monday. Monday, we should be talking to Curtis Sliwa, who will be at the Cafe Ara, that's A-R-R-A. This is an event that is being held by the Midtown Republican Club, and I will be there in person tomorrow. I will tape the entire event. I may be able to have a separate interview with Curtis Sliwa. I'm not sure. We're trying to make that happen. And so I will present you all of that, everything that he says to the public in our continuing effort to make sure that you are informed about the candidates and the elections and what is the reality. I would love to sit down with Andrew Cuomo and to ask him questions. I doubt that he would, that he was willing to do so, because unlike the mainstream media, I'm not going to ask him puff piece questions. I would ask for serious answers to the questions of crime, the debt of New York City, open borders, education, the subway system, which we'll talk about in a moment, the immense waste of the MTA that we are seeing. I'd ask him questions about things like that, but I doubt that Andrew Cuomo wants to answer any of those questions because he doesn't care. Andrew Cuomo just wants power. He wants a path back to an attempt at running for president. That's what I truly believe, and we may well see that. But since we're talking about presidents, let's talk about Donald Trump. And I think this is a bigger story that really has gone nowhere. No one's talking about this. This story came and it basically disappeared all at once. And we know that earlier this week, 4 days ago, on the 26th, President Trump signed an executive order that requires voters to prove citizenship, that you have to have ID. This is basically voter ID. It did not go through Congress, which I would love, and that is essential. The problem with so many of the executive orders that Donald Trump has signed so far, President Trump, is that it's temporary. It's not that I disagree with many of the executive orders that he has put out, the direction that he is trying to bring America into, to secure America, to secure our elections, to set a path for the future. I think that's fantastic. And some people don't like Donald Trump. That has nothing to do with the path that he's setting for America, the security that he is bringing to America, the elevation of America that is happening under Donald Trump. That is a fact. He is a strong leader, and he is being respected. Whether or not he is liked is unnecessary. That has nothing to do with being president. It has nothing to do with leading America. So people go, but I don't like him. I don't care. No one cares, because that's not important. That has nothing to do with any of the things we've been talking about. But Donald Trump signed this order, this executive order, which while he's in power will have full weight, but the moment that anyone else is president, they can sign another executive order and just remove this. And that's the problem. That's why I'm upset about those executive orders, because the next president can just eliminate all the work and effort and benefit for America just by signing another executive order and say, that one's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. We saw that when Joe Biden came into office. That's exactly what he did to all the original Trump policies under executive orders. He just erased them all as if they had never existed, which hurt America. It helped to increase the amount of inflation that we had. It helped to show the world that we had no focus, no goals. We had no clear path in terms of international politics or domestic. And as a result, we all suffered across the globe. So Donald Trump is going to say voter ID. Now, I've heard some people say, but Mike, voter ID is illegal. No, it's not. No, it absolutely is not. And I don't understand the leftist argument about this. Well, people can't vote. They can't get IDs. Yes, they can. Well, black people and Hispanics won't be able to get an ID because they're poor. First of all, you're assuming that they're poor because they're black or Hispanic. That's rather insulting. So the premise of why we can't do this is on the inability of blacks and Hispanics to either be able to have the knowledge to get an ID or the income to get an ID. That is purely racist. That is insulting. I reject that completely because it is untrue and it is unfair. It's ridiculous. But this is the running argument from Democrats. No, but you just don't understand. Black people are poor. No, all black people are not poor. All Hispanics are not poor. Some are, not all. And that has nothing to do with whether or not they can afford an ID, because guess what? People have IDs. Whether it's a state ID, a driver's license, a passport, regardless of your color, if you're an American citizen, many, overwhelmingly, the majority of Americans do have ID. They need it because they want to go to work, they want to buy a pack of cigarettes, they want to drink a beer in a bar, they want to gamble in Las Vegas or Atlantic City. There are multiple, they want to get on a plane to go on vacation. There is a multitude of things that require a ID. You want to go into a concert, you want to rent a car, you need ID. Whether you're black or Hispanic, white or Asian or anything else, you need ID. And the overwhelming majority do. And for people who are very poor, and I do mean extremely poor, talking about making like $12,000, $14,000 a year, the state, virtually most states provide programs so those individuals can get those IDs for free. They don't have to have, or very close to free. We're talking about in some states $5, $10, $15 if there is a fee charged for state IDs or IDs for personal identification. So you can't tell me it's because of income that people won't be able to vote anymore. That's not realistic. That's not true. That's not an impediment. Not in America, not in 2025. But it's an emotion. It isn't meant to be real. It's again, this is fear-mongering coming from the left, trying to make people feel afraid. He's going to stop you from voting. Republicans, MAGA, Trump, they're going to stop you from voting. They're just trying to find ways to stop you from voting. No, they are not. Like hell, that is a lie. It is meant to just manipulate your emotions, to feel negatively about this. What does voter ID actually do? It takes the ID you already use to verify your status as an American citizen, because only American citizens can vote, and only American citizens should vote. That's all it does. It's very simple. Take the ID you already have and use it so that you can go and vote in a federal election. It's simple. It takes 5 seconds. It is not a difficult process. It is not unachievable. It is not something beyond people, whether they be poor or any color of skin or any gender. It is very simple, very straightforward. And so he did sign this. I think it's very good news that he did so. But the ACLU on the 25th disagreed with me. The ACLU is taking the position that Donald Trump is anti-voter, that he wants to prevent Black, Hispanics, the poor, men and women from being able to vote. This is ridiculous. There is no evidence of this in the last 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 50 years. This may have been true. This may have been a realistic argument in the 1930s. Maybe you could have made this argument in the 1950s. This is 2025. It isn't a realistic argument anymore. People have ID of every race, of every color, of every creed. But the ACLU, it wants to make you feel like someone is being, like millions of voters are not going to be able to vote. That is a lie. Notice, nowhere in this, and in all of the arguments that come from the left about voting and voting ID, they never have any evidence. There is never any evidence. And every time they've said, well, this is going to, in Georgia, you heard Stacey Abrams say, well, Black people are being suppressed in the vote. Meanwhile, they turned out and voted at record levels in multiple, that's 2016 and 2020. They had higher voting levels on record. Black people were voting en masse, and they have been registering en masse. That's not real. In Texas, the difference between the number of Blacks and Hispanics and whites that registered to vote is about 3%. 3%. That's whether you're registering to vote or going to vote. The difference in the number of people who are actually registered and or voting is 3%. That's the widest difference. That's between whites and Hispanics. Blacks are even closer to whites in the number of people who are registered and who are actively on voting rolls. They're actually going out and voting. Everywhere you look in America, that is the truth. But yet, we are seeing this lie pushed out. And this is one of the reasons why the news media didn't want to talk about this. They let this go. Why? It's not because Trump is such a great guy and they can't defeat his argument. It's because they can't, actually I should say, it's because they can't beat the argument. Because they know it is insulting to say that anyone who is not white is incapable of being able to get an ID. That is just blatantly wrong. That is a blatant lie. There is zero evidence of that. Zero. And it is, by its supposition, it is insulting. But yet, they're doing it because I don't understand why. I don't understand why. I know why Democrats are against voter ID, because we have seen in 2020, in 2022, and 2024 that we have seen multiple cases where Democrats are encouraging illegal aliens to vote, that they have tried to pass bills in several states, New York and California and others, to try and give the right to vote in American elections to illegal aliens, to criminals from foreign countries. We have seen that they have expressed very clearly that their goal is to have a path to citizenship for these criminals, and that these criminals would then be beholden to the Democratic Party, giving Democrats greater power and allowing them to maintain control over the government. We know this. This is something that was said by Kamala Harris to ABC News in Philadelphia when she was running for the presidency in 2024. She said this. She said that that's why there's a path to citizenship, why there's open borders. So I understand why the Democrats want this. They want to sway elections. They want a dedicated slave class. And yes, they want these illegal aliens would be enslaved to the Democratic Party. lest they get deported if someone else is in power, as we're seeing now with Donald Trump, that illegal aliens, mass deportations are, excuse me, are taking place. That includes even students with visas and green card holders, that there is no exception, no exemption, whether you're rich or you're poor, whether you're, whether you think you're protected or not, that doesn't apply. You can be removed from the United States for being an illegal alien or for violating the terms of your visa, and Trump is deporting these people. It is happening. It is happening in large numbers. And so I understand why Democrats have tried to use that to their advantage by getting illegal aliens to be able to vote in elections, and they have. There is evidence, we've covered it on this program, where we have seen illegal aliens have been registered in Washington State, New York State. They have been registered to vote, and they have voted in elections multiple times. DOJ has arrested several individuals for voting in American elections, and they're not American citizens. So I find this interesting, but again, this is a story blew past everyone. The mainstream news media did not want to talk about this. They did not want Americans to know. And I find that upsetting. How about this? The story, one of the news stories that the news media did want to focus on is Elise Stefanik. Now, Elise Stefanik was a New York Republican. She's a representative for the New York 21st District, which is in the northeast corner of New York. It's a very big district. In fact, it's the biggest congressional district in the state. It's huge. The New York 22nd District used to have, it used to take 2.5 hours to go north to south or east to west of that district. It was enormous. And the New York 21st District is bigger. I believe it takes about 3 hours to go north to south and about 2.5 hours to go east to west to cross that district. That's how large, how much space it takes up. It's very big. And Elise Stefanik was the representative there. Now, I should add in, I've met Elise Stefanik before. I remember in 2013, or was it 2014? It might have been January of 2014 that I met Elise Stefanik in Herkimer, New York. We were at, because Herkimer crossed over with the New York 21st and New York 22nd District. And so we were going to the same county. We were talking to some people there, and we were at the same event at the same time. And we were speaking to some of the Republicans in that community. And so I got to meet her at that time. I doubt she remembers it, but I do. And so she won her election. I didn't. And she's been well received in Congress. She's well respected in both by Republicans and Democrats since that time. And she's been very outspoken on many issues from time to time. Stefanik, under the Trump administration, she was nominated, or she was the nominee, to be the United States ambassador to the UN, which is an incredible promotion. And I think it would have been great for Stefanik, Elise Stefanik. And I think that it would have helped her in what I believe, and I don't have confirmation of this, but what I believe is her ultimate goal of trying to become run for president of the United States, probably in 2032, not 2028, but 2032. And I think she needs that higher level of executive office to be able to then say that she can run to show that experience. And a position as a member of the UN, U.S. ambassador, is a wonderful adding that to her experience in Congress. I think that is a strong combination to be able to then say to the American people she wants to run for president, that she is qualified and has the experience. And this would also, in working in the UN, she would have a lot of experience dealing with different countries. And so the question of foreign policy wouldn't be an issue she would have to deal with. She's already dealt with foreign policy. something that she doesn't really do as a member of Congress. So that's the positives there. But what we have seen is that her position, her nomination for the UN ambassador has been removed. I don't think there's a lot of rumors out. It happened very suddenly. It was all this week. The rumor came out in the morning, and by the afternoon, it was a fact. It was no longer a rumor that Donald Trump was going to pull her from being an ambassador, that she would go back to the House of Representatives, and that Donald Trump would owe her a favor. And we've seen after that, this was on the 27th, everyone was shocked and amazed. We know that prior, I know of at least 2 weeks ago, that in the New York 21st race, there were 3 major candidates, Republican candidates, that were looking to run. There was no real Democratic opposition. Any one of those 3 individuals that I'm aware of, in particular Dan Steck, S-T-E-C, is a member of the New York State Legislature. He's well respected, he's well known, he's liked by Democrats and Republicans alike in his district. He was probably going to be the person who would win the primary. But the Republican Party wasn't picking a side. Again, unlike the Working Families Party, they didn't endorse any one candidate ahead of the petitions. They're letting the public make the decision. And as it turned out, and so it was still a very secure race. There wasn't any real concern about a Democrat winning that race. But that's what the excuse is now, that to help preserve the Republicans maintain control of the House, at least until the 2026 midterm elections, that Elise Stefanik would not be the UN ambassador, that she would be put back into the House so that Republicans had a secure control over the House of Representatives, at least up until the midterms, which would allow the Trump administration about a year and a half to enact its policies to try and push forward the changes that Trump has envisioned and as he is revealing to the American people. I don't think that's the reason. I think that's a benefit of this. I think that as a side effect of the real reason, this is convenient truth that, yeah, it is a positive for Republicans to know that Elise Stefanik is back. She's 21st District. She's well respected. There's no question about her getting reelected, and there's no need for a special election. She can just get back to her job in Congress. So that's the good news. What I think actually happened, the thing that I think happened behind closed doors, and I can't confirm this, but I believe that Elise Stefanik is too MAGA for the UN. She is too much of a Republican. She is too outspoken. She is too capable in her speech for her to be in the UN. She was intimidating. The mere thought that Elise Stefanik would be an ambassador was terrifying members of the EU and or Britain. It was terrifying to them. They didn't know how they would be able to deal with her, because she's a strong presence. She's a strong supporter of Republican principles. She's a strong supporter of Donald Trump. And while that's not loved in the EU, it's not loved in the UN, it is a fact that the United States is the leader of the world, period, full stop. Call it the American empire, call it whatever you would like. That's just a fact. Let me see. And we do have a comment here, by the way. Joel says, Joel is originally from the New York 20... sorry, alarm went off for some reason. Joel says he's originally from the New York 21st District, Elise Stefanik's district, and that she has been very good as a representative of the people for that area. Joel goes on to say, New York election process is a mess. It is too easy to steal an election here. And you're not wrong on that, Joel. Thank you for joining us as well. I appreciate it. But Joel, you can tell me if you think I'm wrong when I say that Elise Stefanik is a very strong individual, very strong character. She's very smart. She knows. I can tell you that in my speaking with her, she's very much abreast of the news and the consequences of political decisions. She's very capable at articulating that and defending her position on various issues. And she has a strong backbone. As a politician, she's not a jellyfish. She has a strong backbone, and she won't back down, and that intimidates the UN. They're used to having weak people, like under the Biden-Harris administration. They're used to having weak leaders that they can either bully around through their mass, having a group of them disagreeing, or in just being able to play games, to use delay tactics, use threats of tariffs and taxes and trade embargoes. They're used to being able to win with weak ambassadors. That's not what Elise Stefanik is. In fact, they were so afraid that it would have made almost anything that the United States wanted to do in the UN impossible, because they would all gang up against her. That the only way that they could respond to her strength, to her qualities and her qualifications, her ability to articulate her position, the only answer would be that they would need everyone in the UN to gang up on her, against her, on all of her positions. And they might be able to do that, at least initially, on the key issues, probably, especially the G20. Now, that would slow down some of the Trump agenda going forward, some of the international policy issues that the Trump administration is trying to address. And I think that was the reason why, that Trump will put in someone who is friendlier, someone who is seemingly weaker than Elise Stefanik, so that the UN is placated, so that the U.S. isn't embarrassing and or bullying any of the leaders or ambassadors of other nations. And so that's the reason why. Now, some people may or may not agree with my understanding of the situation. That's what I believe was the situation. That's the reasoning I think it was. And as a benefit, since her seat was not already taken, since there was no candidate selected, because Republicans didn't endorse someone before having a petition, before the public had a choice, she could go back to her position and no one would have their feathers ruffled. So it's a benefit. They get two things at once, and she gets a chip. She gets a favor that is owed to her by Donald Trump. How she is going to use that favor, how she's going to call that in, I don't know at this time. I can speculate. I have several ideas on what I think the future may bring for Elise Stefanik, how she's going to use her favor with Donald Trump as president to advance her political career. I have an idea how that's going to work out. Ask me in December, and I'll talk about it then. I can't speak about it beforehand. For several reasons, I can't speak about it beforehand. But I think I know what she's going to try and do politically. This story doesn't end here. And I think that if I am correct, and the dominoes fall as I expect that they will, Elise Stefanik will be running for president in 2032, most likely. Not 2028, 2032. That's what I believe will happen. That is what my expectation is at this moment. It's probably correct. If she's young enough that she can wait until 2032, it won't be a problem. She won't be too old. It'll be fine. She'll be able to run. She'll be about middle age for most presidents when they get elected the first time, about the middle of the age range. And that doesn't have any impact on her negatively. So, and Joel says that he too agrees that Elise is someone to watch for the future. I absolutely believe so. I've said that ever since I met her in 2014, when I first met her on the campaign trail for her first run in Congress. I've always said she's a very intelligent woman, very articulate, very well-spoken, very knowledgeable about the issues. And I think this is still part of that path. Her objective hasn't changed. 2032, run for president. I think the manner in which she gets there, to get the additional experience she doesn't have right now, I think that may have changed slightly, but she still gets it, and she still gets there at the end through this path. I think that's going to happen. Again, ask me in December, I'll talk more about it. That brings me to talking about Jon Stewart. I know it's a hard segue, but we're talking about, so we had Elise Stefanik, who's a very strong Republican, a strong politician, capable, in fact, too capable, too strong for many other politicians around the world to confront, to be able to deal with. Jon Stewart is a very strong progressive. He's a very strong progressive. He is very knowledgeable. He's very clear and he's very articulate. He can be very funny at times, biting sense of humor very often, usually targeted against Republicans, but occasionally against Democrats as well. He is respected. He is, and he should be. He does his homework. He knows what he's talking about more often than not. And he is a stalwart supporter and advocate for many people affected by 9/11, especially firefighters. I respect that aspect of Jon Stewart. He's intelligent, articulate, sometimes funny. He's very knowledgeable about the issues that he takes on, and I support him in his advocacy for firefighters, for those affected by 9/11, the asbestos that was in the air that millions have suffered from. I support him on all of those things. I don't agree with his politics. Not for a second, not for a day. You want to talk about who's the best for Democrats? Jon Stewart is the best thing the Democrats could possibly have. And he's not dumb enough. He's not crazy enough. He's not poor enough to run for any elected office as a Democrat or a progressive. He won't do it. He's too smart for that. And he doesn't need it. And that's a great thing. He created The Daily Show, which is on Comedy Central. He created it. He made it into a monster program, something that was watched by the left and the right equally, often quoted, often reviewed. His clips were everywhere. He made it into a substantive political commentary, a comedic political commentary channel that everyone had to pay attention to. And I thought that was great. And he also had guests from time to time. And he launched the career of several people, including John Oliver, as one example. And also Night Show. The guy who does the Night Show for CBS. He loves Lord of the Rings and Star Wars. Stephen Colbert. That's another person whose career is completely 1,000% because of Jon Stewart and his work. Fantastic. So Jon Stewart is, for all of those things, he doesn't know, though, as much as he's very knowledgeable, very smart, and he has issues that he stands for, he also has no idea how government is run. Like many progressives, like many Democrats, he likes the issue, he likes the idea. He's very ideological. It's on the paper, he thinks this is a great idea. This should be wonderful. This should work fantastically. Why wouldn't we do this? he has no idea how government actually runs. He has absolutely no clue how the policies that he has supported, the politicians that he has supported, how they have completely failed him, their agenda, their goal. It is useless. He has no idea. He is never actually, because he doesn't live a life of a common person. He's part of Hollywood. He's famous. He's rich. He's not living like everyone else, day to day, check to check. He has no real, and he doesn't work in the government to actually see the way that Democrats bog down everything with way too many regulations, intense amounts of paperwork that is only there to justify taking one piece of paper and handing it to someone else, to give it a rubber stamp, to hand it to yet another person, and do nothing in the process. But he learned. He learned in a way that everyone got to see. This is from the weekly show with Jon Stewart. He has 397,000 subscribers. Way more than me. I wish I had 397,000. Anyway. And this video from 2 days ago has already garnered over 406,000 views. The only part that's important is this section, which we're applying to. And this is why rural broadband did not happen. Now, the gentleman you see here is Ezra Klein. He's a reporter, a well-known, respected reporter. Leftist, of course, a leftist reporter. But again, a respected former, I believe is former New York Times reporter. And so he has done the investigation. He does find out how government works. And what they're looking at is Joe Biden, under the Biden administration, promised that he was going to bring broadband internet service to rural parts of America, middle of America, upstate New York, as an example, other areas, and let people who have difficulty getting access to the internet to be able to get it more easily. That the government would build the infrastructure that they need. They have spent about $46 billion. $46 billion. Not 1 inch of cable has been laid down. They have built nothing. We have spent billions. We have nothing to show for it. It's very much like the promise by the Biden-Harris administration, to the great applause of progressives and environmentalists and climatologists, to go out that we're going to build charging stations for electric vehicles throughout all of America. Nothing has been built. I believe we have spent $50 billion on that as well. $50 billion, not one charging station in 3 years. That was in 2022 that Joe Biden said that that was going to happen, that we were going to build that out so that you could take an electric vehicle and drive from California to New York, and you would be able to charge your vehicle all the way across at charging stations across the nation. Didn't happen. Not one was built, as I recall. Not one. $50 billion. Not 1 inch of cable has been put into the ground. In fact, not one state or territory of the United States has actually finished the application process. I want people to think about that. The Democrats built up such a convoluted, overly regulated system that in 3 years, not 1 inch of actual cable has been laid down. Everyone is still, 3 years later, still going through the paperwork process to apply to be able to get the grant to actually provide the cable to everyone. This is ridiculous. This is insane. But there's a section here in this conversation, and I know a lot of people have had different quotes about this, and the link will be available for people after the show, that you'll be able to go to the link and you'll see this for yourself. You can watch the whole thing. I don't care about their introduction and all that. I don't care about that. But I have set up this one section, and I want you to hear and see This is a absolute diehard progressive Democrat finding out how Democrat policies actually affect American citizens. What is the effectiveness? What is the efficiency? This is why I am always beating on the drum about effectiveness and efficiency. Here is part of their conversation.
When Chips and Science passed, I, a naive and idealistic policy reporter, thought, oh, good, we're going to give a bunch of semiconductor companies money to locate their plants here. And then I read the NoFo, somebody alerted me to it. And it's like, there's a part that's like, in your application, explain how you are going to attract more women into the construction industry, which is like a totally fine goal.
And he's about to go into this. He's about to explain this, but again, this is for the application. I'm going to say this probably several times in this little section I have identified. So you want to help with semiconductors and grow businesses. And as part of the application, not the money, not the actual job, not the actual industry, not in doing anything, but to apply, you have to provide how you're going to get women who are naturally not in construction. There's a very small group of women who want to be construction workers, and the ones that do already are. But they are saying, you've got to find a way and bring more women who don't want to do this job to do construction. Okay, keep that in mind.
But does the Taiwanese Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation know a lot about that? Or like, how are you going to diversify your subcontractor chains? And there's a 7-step process, and like one idea.
A 7-step process. In the application, you need diversity. And you have to go through 7 different steps in the process to show that you're going to be diversified for an application for the money. You haven't actually done anything yet. You haven't built anything. You haven't gotten the money. You don't have a plant. There's no business actually happening. But you have to have the application. How? You don't even know what the future markets will be like. Sorry, I dropped something. So you don't even know what the future markets will be. Who are you? Diversity amongst who? But let's go on.
Is maybe you can break deliveries into smaller subcategories. Like, it's all this stuff.
This is for your application.
Yeah, this is for your application. There's a thing about, showing your plans to put childcare on site in the factories, which again, I have children. Childcare is great, but you're trying to do something really hard. We have lost semiconductor manufacturing.
They want in the application, you have to show how you're going to provide childcare. You haven't gotten the money. You haven't built anything. You don't know how many women are going to work in the job, or men for that matter. You have no idea how many children are going to be needed, or rather, how much childcare is needed, but yet you have to have a plan in the application for an unknown workforce that has unknown numbers of children in the application. How do you do that? How do you estimate that? How would you know? To work in manufacturing for chips and broadband, how do you know? That's an industry, by the way. These industries, this construction, that's mostly male dominated. It's not mostly women. So how do you know how many women who are not the major group, excuse me, they're not the major group of people who are looking for these jobs. And you're supposed to guess how many of them are going to go for the jobs. You then have to presume that how many of them have children or want to have children at some point in their career in this industry that is not dominated by women. And then the child care for how many years? How many years of child care would you provide? Who's paying for that? Is that coming out of the same grant or a different grant? What regulations do you have to, and remember, there's regulations on top of regulations. So to have childcare, that means you have to pass all the childcare regulations for your manufacturing company. So now you're in a whole nother industry. It's not just manufacturing. It's not just electronics, but now you have to have individuals who are who have an expertise in children and child care that are now going to be working for your company. Have nothing to do with the other thing. Does that make any sense? But as he's saying, this isn't how they do business in Taiwan, which leads the world in semiconductors. We're trying to compete with Taiwan. They don't do any of this. This isn't the problem for their industry. That's why they lead. And we're putting in all these problems, which, by the way, is not only making us less efficient at making semiconductors or broadband, it's also meaning that we're more expensive. You got to pay for that childcare. That means you have to pay for nannies and nurses. You have to have supplies for those kids. You have to upkeep the room and make sure that it has all the latest whatever doodad for the kids. That all costs money. That's all money that has nothing to do with whether or not you sell a microchip, whether or not anyone has access to the internet. That's all separate. This is just part of the overhead. Employees, equipment, supplies, insurance for children. That's huge. You got to pay for all of that. And that bill is being added onto the bill of whatever you actually produce. Not because you wanted to do it, because you had the extra money to do it, because it was your choice to do it, but you are mandated to do it, and it has to be, and you have to forecast all of this in a way that you can't predict. This is insane.
Sure. To Taiwan, to South Korea, to at a lower level, China, and we are trying to get it back. And one reason we've lost it is we made it very expensive to do here. And so now we're putting more than $30 billion to make it cheaper to do here. And in the NOFO, to get people to apply for the $30+ billion, we are putting in a bunch of things that are going to make it more expensive, and they're going to make it harder to do the thing. Eventually that money did go out, I want to say, but we'll see how it works out.
And also,
So he's just explained it. Ezra has just explained it very clearly. It made it more expensive. It's a fact. We wasted money. We made it more complicated, more time consuming, and more expensive to do something that the rest of the world is already doing. And they don't do any of the things we do. And we want to compete with them. So if the chip costs, I don't know, let's say that the chip costs $10 everywhere else in the world. Everyone, this isn't exclusive technology. We all know the governments, all industries, they know how to make chips. Some are better at doing it, and there's a large upfront cost to get into that game. But once you do that, it's not like this is unknown how to make a chip. So we now have a chip that costs $10 around the world. And in America, because you have to have child care, and associated all the costs of just childcare, not even looking at any of the other things, the other regulations that Democrats signed on the dotted line. This is what they approved. This is what they requested. These are the regulations that they insisted have to be in here. You're talking about increasing the cost. So that means that that chip now costs, what, $12, maybe $15? We're now 20, maybe 50% more expensive than anything else in the world just because of the regulations. That's assuming that we have the best chip in the world and everyone wants it. If our quality of the product, which we're behind everyone else. They've been doing this longer. They've been developing this longer. They have more experience right now than we do. So we have to build it and learn how to do this better to become more efficient and effective at doing it. So we're not going to have the best chip in the world the first day. So we have a second-rate product at a beyond premium price. We're not the top of the line putting out a premium on something that no one else in the world can do as well as us. We're putting out, at least to start, a subpar or not the best product, and we're charging more than the best product in the industry. That's the reality. That's the reality of democratic policies and their regulations. we put out a product that is subpar, and we charge more than the best in the industry, better than the premium products because of the cost that's inherently involved in it. And this is something that Jon Stewart had never heard of before. By the way, when it comes to the broadband, and I mean, these are some of the things, I just want you to see some of the reactions here.
Of their $5 million planning fund, this
I
initial
assume,
proposal.
but then what was the 5-year plan?
And what the fuck did they apply for? What was their NOFO?
Like, if the 5-year action plan isn't the initial proposal, then what's the 5-year action
Forget
plan?
NOFO.
Okay.
MOFO. These are motherfuckers. This is crazy.
Step 9.
Okay. There is, by the way, this is them talking and going from the semiconductors to get to the broadband. Well, you now hear, this is Jon Stewart reacting to finding out what is the process, not just theory. Here's the actual process put in place by Democrats, approved by Democrats, the regulations approved by them, with all of the extras that you have to do. Not just, oh, well, you got to figure out how many women are going to be working in this job, which no one knows, and how many of those women are going to have kids, and therefore then figure out how much childcare you must have accounted for to take care of those women. And that's enough craziness. No. There are 12 steps, and each and every step has millions of dollars worth of regulations and paperwork that have to be pushed around to even apply. 56, there were 50 states and 6 territories that applied for the Biden administration's broadband grants. That's every state. Every state and most of the territories of the United States all said, yes, we want federal money to bring broadband to remote parts of every single state. So that means New Mexico, that means Wisconsin, that means Kentucky, that means upstate New York, wherever you are. There is a rural area in your state, and they wanted the money to be able to give them internet, that they could build this and provide it to the public. And there are 12 steps to this. Out of the 56 states and territories that started the process 3 years ago, three are left that have made it through 12 steps of the process to have an application to be able to provide. And this is only step 8, and you can see the frustration, the absolute frustration from Jon Stewart going, this is a waste of money and time. And we're told that DoGE is unnecessary. We don't need DoGE. We don't need a Department of Government Efficiency. No. That's, you hear from Chuck Schumer, from Nancy Pelosi, AOC, Bernie Sanders. You hear from your favorite Democrats. They're all online saying, no, we don't need this. We don't need to cut any of the any of the regulations. We don't need to expose the waste. We don't need to cut down on the size of the government. No, we just need to have 12 steps to make an application to lay a piece of cable, to make and lay down a piece of cable that brings broadband to a town. You would think that's pretty simple, because that's all it is. To bring broadband, you can do it a couple of ways. You can build a radio tower, a repeater signal tower, and repeat the signal. Or you can dig a trench and lay a cable going from a bigger city to a smaller city and bring in internet cable that way. Now, am I oversimplifying it? Yes. I mean, you have some engineering things to worry about. You got to worry about, okay, what's the path? What's the best path of the road so you're not crossing water lines, earthquakes, fires, floods, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's some other stuff there. But it's pretty much as simple as dig a ditch, put down a piece of cable, fill up the ditch. That's it. Connect the houses at the end of the ditch where the cables are. Connect the homes in that area to that cable. Done. They now have internet. It can be relatively as simple as that. That's not the process they're talking about. A process that's been going on for 3 years. Billions of dollars, I believe $46 billion wasted to deny 53 states and territories from being able to bring broadband to their people. Something that Democrats are desperate, that they run on this every single year. They demonize Republicans and have demonized Republicans for years for saying, oh, why aren't you letting us build the broadband? You guys don't want people to be able to access the internet. The Republicans are so evil. No, we said get rid of the regulations. Shrink the size of government. Shrink the amount of regulations. This is stupid. You shouldn't have to have an application process that costs $10, $20, $50 million to make an application to find out if you can get the money to build the broadband. You don't need to figure out whether you need to build childcare so that people can get broadband. We're talking about essentially laying down a piece of cable. And you have to build childcare, and you've got to have diversity quotas, and you've got to have charts and programs figured out. Let me play this a little bit more. This is step 9.
NTIA must review and approve each state's, again, initial proposal. By my read, we have had at least 2 initial proposals here, but
2. This is coming from a New York Times credentialed reporter. This is the research he has done. This is the process that our government under the Biden administration said, you need these regulations. You need to make 2 initial proposals for an application. These aren't plans of action. This isn't, okay, we've got the money. This is how we're going to spend the money. This is, gee, would you give me the money? You have to have a proposal for why they should give you the money. This is ridiculous. And this is why 400,000 people have watched this. And watch that Jon Stewart, a dyed-in-the-wool Democrat, is now facing reality. For the first time, there are thousands, tens of thousands of Democrats are the first time that they are seeing this is the reality of the government that they have built up. One that is bureaucratic through and through. So much bureaucracy that nothing is possible, that it is almost impossible to do anything. And why we have so much expense, because we have more administrators, more paper pushers at every level of our government. Let me go back to, hey, Peace Logic is with us. So I wanted to get through some of that. Now, Peace Logic has joined us, and Peace has provided us he made a super chat for $1.99. Thank you very much for that, Peace Logic. We appreciate it. Thank you for your support. And Peace Logic says he was popping in to say hello. Hello, Peace Logic. Sorry that I was ranting a little bit here and didn't see you when you popped on, but I did want to, I noticed your super chat, so I wanted to mention it immediately. And by the way, folks, if you too want to have a super chat, you can do so, or Rumble Rant, same thing. And we appreciate the support as we talk about these issues. And Peace, I hope you're going to be, Peace, remember, next week, April 6th, which happens to be a Sunday, is my birthday. I'm going to be on for 12 hours, starting at 9 a.m. until 9 p.m. Larry Sharp's going to be dropping in. Kit Cabello will be dropping in. We might have some other individuals. And my Patreon, some of my Patreon supporters, any of my Patreon supporters, if they want, can join us live to talk about whatever they want. So you may want to think about that piece. Again, that's for Patreon supporters and a couple of guests that I'm having. But I thank you for taking some time to join us, especially as we're talking. You saw, this is the insanity. Yes, I want to see more. Peace Logic says, well, look at Starlink. Peace Logic says, Starlink, that's another option. But it's not cheap. You're right, it's not cheap. But it's cheaper and more effective than what the government is doing right now, Peace Logic. Yeah, you need to have a satellite and you've got to have a repeater dish. True,
more steps, but it's possible. And we know that it's working. There are African nations, hell, they've got in Ukraine, there's an active war. And I know that Starlink was sending internet to people in the Ukraine during a war. And we can't lay a piece of cable for broadband because the government shut out 53 states and 53 states and territories, blew them away. 3 years, millions of dollars that they spent on trying to apply. It's that difficult. That's just ridiculous. Joel says, overregulation is the problem with housing and a lot of other problems too. That's true. And if we can get rid of these problems, if we can reduce this, we can be so much better. It's because people don't understand or know that this is the process. This is why so many, well, I can't say all, but there are a large number of people who do political commentary, who have run for elected office, who have been in elected office. And we understand the massive wall of red tape to do anything in the government, how it has been set up and has been inundated, weighted down, so that nothing can really function without having 50 billion bureaucrats push a piece of paper. Again, I point to my example of my high school. My high school had 4,000 students. When I was going to high school, this is back in 1980, 86 I graduated? So right there. And we had 4,000 students in the entire building. Today, the building where my high school, Evander Charles High School, that building on Gun Hill Road, where my high school was, is a high school. Same building. They didn't make it bigger. They didn't make it smaller. They didn't add anything to it. Same building, still there. And they changed it into 4 high schools. The first floor is a high school, second floor, third floor, fourth floor. 4 high schools now exist in the building I went to high school in, which was one. How many students do they have in those 4 high schools combined versus my high school? They currently have 4,000 students versus 4,000 students when I went to school. No change. They have the same number of teachers in the 4 high schools as compared to the one high school in 1986. They have 400% more, they have 4 principals, 1 for each high school in the building. They have a vice principal in each of the high schools, those 4 buildings. That's 4 times. They have administrators, paperwork, secretaries for each. Now they have 4 times as many. So the only thing that changed from Evander Childs High School to the 4 high schools today is an increase in 400% of the administration, of the amount of paperwork that's being pushed back and forth, and the increase in the number of people who are paying to the teachers union, which is donating to Democrats, full circle there. But are the students any better off? No. Classroom size didn't change. The number of teachers didn't change. You didn't improve. They're not getting newer books. They're not getting better quality teaching materials. The money went to the administrators. This is the same thing that we're seeing here. Jon Stewart just never had to deal with this reality before. No one ever stopped to say, John, this is the reality of how ridiculous this is. Let me show you. At one point in that conversation with Jon Stewart, and I'm just pointing this out, folks, because I want you to see how much easier it can be. And you can send in a super chat or a Rumble rant to say, hey, Mike, wait a minute, I don't agree. Or there should be a better way. Or give me your suggestion of what is a better way. I'm happy to hear it. But in California, they have been working on high-speed rail possibly longer than some people who are watching this program. This program has been around since 2008. It is expected to keep going. They won't even have it done by 2026. It can't be done by then. At the moment, they have spent something like 12 years planning to build high-speed rail. Not that they have built
anything. They have not built anything. They have not made it out of the planning stage. They did get past the application stage, yay, but they haven't made it out of the planning stage. They're still doing the environmental summaries and studies. They still have no idea. Now, they have spent billions. In fact, they need another $7 billion by next summer, or the whole thing, they will have wasted $120 billion. Let me say again, they've spent something like $120 billion to date, and they have built nothing. It was initially supposed to be a high-speed train going from San Francisco to LA. And they cut it in half because they can't do it. It's too expensive. They can't afford to build it from a train from San Francisco to LA. And this is something they've been working on for more than a decade. It has cost tens of millions of dollars, and they're about to go bankrupt and waste all of that money. And they have built nothing. And they believe that if they get the $7 billion by next year, they will still need another $100 billion to actually build something. This is government waste. California, one of the most democratic states in the country, with control of that state in Democrats' hands for decades upon decades. This is the regulations you get. Regulation upon regulation. Well, we have to have childcare for all of the railroad workers. We have to have diversity in all of the staff, people who are building it, people who are working in the railroad. Build the railroad first. How about you build the railroad first? Now, as a comparison, $7 billion just to keep doing environmental studies. They haven't built anything. Not one thing. New York City, as a comparison. New York City has a train. We have train systems, the subway system. We have a Q train. The Q train started off in the 1920s. Okay? That's when we were building the Q train, in the 1920s. And they wanted to expand the Q train, which is one of the smallest, shortest train lines in New York City. And they want to expand it. So it was this red phase here. This is part. They extended it slightly. Now they have to expand it a little bit more. Think about this. This is useless. People, there are 8 million people in New York right now. We travel from down at the tip of Manhattan, over by Wall Street, all the way through the other boroughs every day without having a Q train as they are planning to build. We do it already. We don't need this. They want it, but we don't need this. Here it is. It will cost $250 million just for the consultants. It costs $4.3 billion to build 1.8 miles. Under 2 miles of track costs $7.7 billion. Now, that does include the $250 million for consultants. This is ridiculous. They've already built part of it. What do they need the consultants for? It's not like we don't know how to dig in dirt. It's not like this has never been done before, that no country has ever done this. In fact, we know many countries have done this. The MTA spent $656 million on consultants to design and engineer this the first phase. Twice as much as it costs to actually dig the subway tunnel. It is cheaper to dig in the dirt than to get the study about how you're going to dig in the dirt. This is Democrat. New York City, Democrats. Like California, Democrats. Democrat legislature, Democrat mayors. This is Democrats that did this. This is their regulations for everything. They need a regulation for everything. The paperwork is enormous because they have to push papers around. And consultants are getting paid $250 million. In the first phase alone, they spent $656 million. Do you know how many people could have been fed with $656 million? Hell, $250 million, $250 million that we could have spent on feeding homeless people, housing homeless people, for giving children needed health care. Name your favorite thing. I don't care what it is. Whatever it is you support, $250 million could have been spent on that in New York just for that. $7 billion, mind you, it's $7 billion to get an environmental study in California. $7 billion. So New York, by comparison, is saving, we only have to spend $250 million, which will balloon and the price will go up and it'll double. If it's anything like the first phase, we're going to spend almost $1 billion, but still, California's spending at least $7 billion for their consultants and their experts. New York's saving a ton of money for an incredibly smaller amount of track. We're talking less than 2 miles. We will build the entire thing according to the current estimate, which will, of course, increase, but we're going to spend $7 billion. They're spending it in California. They spend it for an environmental study that'll take another 5 years. In New York, well, we might get one day a train that is built, at least the second phase of it might be built in the next 5 to 10 years. It only costs us $7 billion. That's ridiculous, this money. This is the example of what we are seeing here. By the way, you may say to me, but Mike, for California, they need to spend $7 billion because they have earthquakes. There are earthquakes in California, Mike, and so they have to do an environmental study. They got to figure out how to have a train that won't derail when there is an earthquake. You know what? I thought of that question. And so I asked ChatGPT, and I said, how many trains have been derailed by an earthquake in California? Because honestly, I don't know. I've lived in California. I've lived through major earthquakes. I lived about 5 miles away from the epicenter of the Northridge earthquake. So I remember that. I've been through earthquakes before, so I know how devastating they can be. But I never recall an earthquake that derailed a train. So I wondered, how many have there been? Any? Yeah, there was one in 1971. There was another in 1989. And there's the third one, the Northridge earthquake, which I did go through in 94. So it's happened. But here's the thing that is mentioned by ChatGPT. These are some of the main cases, but derailments from earthquakes are relatively rare in California, as the rail systems are designed with seismic considerations in mind. They already know how to do it. They've been doing it for decades. We've got Amtrak in California right now. They've had plenty of earthquakes since 1994. There is no question about that. Trains do not derail because of earthquakes, unless you're talking about massively huge 6.9, 6.7, 7. You need basically a level 7 earthquake on the Richter scale to derail a train, but that's buildings falling off their foundations. So as long as buildings aren't falling over because of their foundations collapsing, then you're fine. Trains will run perfectly fine. Why do we need the environmental study? Why does it cost $7 billion? It doesn't make any sense. I asked another question as a follow-up to ChatGPT. Can you tell me when the most recent train derailment in California due to an earthquake, when was the last time that a train got derailed? 1999. That's 26 years ago. 26 years. A quarter of a century ago, this was a problem. A quarter of a century ago. And what was the magnitude of the earthquake? 7.1. big enough to drop buildings. And this happened, and the earthquake happened to, when the earthquake went off, the train was over the epicenter. They were at ground zero. So it's not just that it was an earthquake, but they were at ground zero when the earthquake went off, and that derailed the train. Of course, have you ever, and for those of you who have not been through an earthquake, the closer you are to the epicenter, the far worse it is. The magnitude is insanely higher, and it is more than enough to destroy buildings. So I'm not surprised that a train being in the epicenter was derailed. I would be shocked if it wasn't. This is insane. It was a westbound Amtrak Southwest. 21 train cars were derailed. No one was hurt. No one was injured. Think about that, folks. There was a derailment in March 2016. That was because of a mudslide. Had nothing to do with an earthquake. And again, there's only so much you can do about that. Earth will move. If there's heavy rains, you can only do so much. But we take that into account. Again, that's 2016, not 20. That's what, 9 years ago? 9 years ago. There have been earthquakes, there have been mudslides, there have been heavy rains. We have seen all of these factors for decades upon decades, and they know that in California. And it costs $7 billion to understand the environment, an environment that people operate in every single day. It costs double the amount. It costs double the amount that it would cost to build an entire train system in New York City. And that is completely bloated and wasteful. This is money that we could spend, again, I'll mention, we could spend this on saving kids. We can help the homeless. We can help veterans. What's your favorite issue? This is the problem. This is a massive problem, and it is pissing me off. Oh, maybe it's me. But this is bad not just for Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart is embarrassed because he's a Democrat and he's supporting these policies that have failed the American people. They're laughing about it. It's a joke. But I'm not laughing about this. I understand. The consultants who are making $250 million, they're happy as they could be. This is a gravy train, the MTA, wasting billions of dollars. There are countries, they're spending more money than most countries do, by like 3 to 5 times as much money as other countries. I believe it's in this article that other countries have built for like 1/10. They spend 1/10 the money that the MTA, forget about California, 1/10 the money that the MTA is spending, and they have built train systems equivalent to what we're seeing in New York City. They pay 1/10. That is how much waste, how much grift that we see in the United States right now. And they say, we don't need a DoGE. We don't need the Department of Government Efficiency. We don't need to cut the size of the government. We don't need to trim the fat. It's perfectly fine as it is. That's what the Democrats are telling you right now. I don't know how they look at you in a straight face. I do not understand it. Okay, let me move on. So earlier, I wanted to take a look at what's been trending. What's the trending ideas? Trending terms. Why is it frozen? Why is my computer frozen? Oh, great. Now it's frozen. All right. Oh, there it goes. And I was checking out the most popular terms. So Trump third term, about 6 hours ago, suddenly out of nowhere, that's a popular thing. That's Democrats. We covered that. And this is all in politics. Nothing of substance. Gaza, 11 hours ago. That was kind of popular. Ukraine 2025, we covered that. That was popular 11 hours ago. No one cares. No one's paying attention. No one's thinking about the waste or the issues that we have covered so far on this program. You're not hearing people talk about, as an example, you're not hearing about the Tesla. You're not hearing about the Tesla protest. You're not hearing about the leftists that ran their car into a man. You're not hearing about that. You're not hearing about Donald Trump and the very angry. The public doesn't care about these things. Gavin Newsom, backlash. Oh my God. He called Democrats toxic because they are. Because they are in terms of their policies. They're upset. I love it. Newsweek is upset, and Democrats are upset with Gavin Newsom for saying that Democrats are toxic when Democrats drove a car into a man because they didn't feel like he did, because they had a different feeling. Think about that. They're mad at Gavin Newsom for telling the truth that Democrats have lost their mind, that they are keying cars, burning down people's property, and attacking other human beings because they have a different feeling about politics. And Gavin Newsom's the guy who's got a backlash? Look, I don't like Gavin Newsom. I think he's a horrible governor. I think he's doing a terrible job. Gavin Newsom is partially responsible for the fact that California doesn't have high-speed rail. He's part of the bureaucracy, the waste, and the failure of government at every level. That's partially because of Gavin Newsom. I have no sympathy for the man, but yet he's being attacked because he's pointing out Democrats are failing. They have failed their constituents. They have failed people with the same ideology. They have failed America. They are not successful. They are not effective or efficient. I don't know why. Remember, this is again another Democrat. Here he goes. Gavin Newsom's getting backlash because they're toxic. At the University of Texas, an individual who is trans, who is known for committing violence, attacked two women because the trans individual did not like their politics. That's the insanity. And that's the toxicity that Gavin Newsom is talking about. Gavin Newsom is saying it is toxic, these Democrats. And what are these Democrats doing? Again, the screen is frozen. It'll catch up in a second. But what are they doing? They're attacking individuals. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, folks. This is the toxicity that they're talking about. This is the toxicity that Gavin Newsom's talking about. And it's the toxicity that people like me, like Larry Sharp, like Kit Cabello, like the mainstream news media, you're talking about Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro and The Quartering and Tim Pool. We have been pointing this out for years. In my case, for 2 decades. I personally have been working in political commentary, pointing out the idiocy and the problems being created by the progressive left of the Democratic Party for 2 decades. It's ridiculous. Another example of the toxicity. Again, remember, Gavin Newsom is wrong. He's the bad guy because he's saying Democrats are toxic. Democrats who attack trans, who attack people for having a different idea. How about Jasmine Crockett, who was laughing, who violated the very rules of the Democrats themselves. We didn't know this at the time last week when I did the show, but we found out after, I think it was Tuesday, the leak came out that Jasmine Crockett went to LA to a fundraiser to make money. She wanted to get paid. And she put on her best minstrel show, dancing around and acting a fool for a bunch of donors for the Democratic Party. And in that minstrel show that she was presenting, Jasmine Crockett decided that she would attack the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, and insult him for being disabled. She mocked him and made fun of him for being disabled. Now, you could say, well, people make jokes. That's not what the Democrats say. 9 years ago, those same Democrats were screaming bloody murder because Donald Trump made fun of a disabled reporter. Those same Democrats aren't talking about this. Again, we just took a look. You do not see Jasmine Crockett's. I had just refreshed this for you guys. So we know that in the last 24 hours, top political trends in the United States, you will not see Jasmine Crockett's name anywhere on here. This is only the politics. These are the top 24 out of 25. 24 out of the top 25 political issues in America in the last 24 hours. Not once do you see Jasmine Crockett's name anywhere on this list. It's not trending. Democrats don't care. They don't care how toxic they are. It's okay for Democrats to be toxic. That's why Gavin Newsom is in trouble, is because he's pointing out their lie doesn't work. That everyone sees the truth. The emperor has no clothes. We see the Democratic Party for what it is, which is why it is at 29% approval amongst Democrats, why they are failing, why they are shrinking, why they don't have political power right now, and why they are so desperate to find any way they can to lift themselves up. That's what Signalgate is all about. Signalgate isn't about and by the way, I did an entire video on Jasmine Crockett, pointing out how much of a failure she is, about the minstrel show that she put on in LA, and the fact that she is breaking the very rules the left created, and she got paid. She didn't care because she got paid. And that's the only reason why she did it. So she could get money and she could be able to maintain her power being reelected. That's it. She put on a minstrel show for power and money, mostly money, just getting donations. And yet, somehow, Democrats are trying to say, they're not toxic. No, they're not toxic at all. How dare you say that Democrats are toxic? Jasmine Sherman, Andrew Cuomo, the list goes on, and we have shown you attacks at Tesla, anyone who owns a Tesla, people just showing up to protest because they support Tesla. There's no 2020 burning down Minneapolis. There's no reason why anyone would think, any reasonable person would think that Democrats are toxic. And Signalgate, I thought I had a clip on it here. The whole thing about Signal. And I said, I've had some conversations with people about it back and forth. And you notice it's not on that list of trending news. That's what it was supposed to be. That's what I was looking for. There is nothing, no information about Signalgate because the American people don't care. Because it's not important. It's not a big deal. It's not an issue that matters. It just isn't. I know Democrats are losing their minds about this, that they are freaking out about, the Signalgate. There's American safety was endangered. No, it wasn't. You may not like Pete Hegseth. You might not like Mike Walls. I know President Trump is considering whether he will or will not keep him in office. But the fact is, it doesn't matter. This isn't an issue. The average American could care less about this. They do not care because it's not important. No American was endangered. And the Houthis were not warned ahead of time. We did not give aid and comfort to the Houthis. That was the Biden administration. That's when they gave $100 million to the Houthis for, what do they call it? Humanitarian aid. That's the Democrats. Republicans didn't do that. Oh my God, but it's so dangerous. It's so horrible. No, it's not. How could you use Signal? Ask the Biden administration. They're the ones who authorized it. This is authorized. It is authorized and correct to use Signal for some communications because the Biden administration, Democrats, made that a reality. It's secure. It's encrypted. Did someone get added? Now, the questions, and I think we were talking about this on Wednesday, I think it was, with the Liberty First Foundation. And people were saying, well, was this done on purpose? Is this an accident, or what did they, in fact, add? I think it was actually in the chat on one of Larry Sharp's shows, and said, well, maybe they did it because it was on purpose. They thought that this would be a good propaganda spin, and it screwed up. Maybe. I can tell you this, no one cares. The only people who care are Democrats in Congress because they need a win. They need anything they can get to turn around in 2026 and justify why they should be reelected. They need a scandal that's under the Trump administration to say that he's some kind of failure. It's exactly the reason why you're hearing them say and lie about Elon Musk running away from DoGE, that he's giving up on the Trump administration. That's just not the reality. They're lying to you because they have to, because they're terrified they're going to lose their job, they're going to lose their power. And that's what they care about. Hey, Grace. What is that, a plus sign? Don't know what that means. Okay. Don't know what the plus is for. All right. Well, folks, we've gone through a lot of information. We've been on for we're about to be at 5 hours, which is fantastic. Next week, let me just take some time. Next week, on my birthday, I will be 57 years old next week. Some of you are saying, my God, you look older. And no, I don't. Some of you will look at me and say, wow, you look way younger, Mike. I tend to think so. It's the gray hair that makes me seem older. If I actually get rid of it, I actually look a lot younger, believe it or not. It's going to be my birthday. And I'm looking forward to it. I actually look forward every year to my birthday, spending time talking to you guys, just talking about anything and everything. There are no topics that are off limits. We'll talk about my life, my experiences, politics as they are going on. We'll cover it all. And I do that, and this year I'm doing that, and I want you to know, because I'm going to be promoting Jericho Project. This is a charity organization. Their goal is to help the homeless, veterans, children. I think that's a great cause. I plan that for every $10 that I am able to raise, that's a super chat, that's a PayPal donation, that's however anyone wants to donate, I'll donate $4.68 to the Jericho Project. That's why $4.68. That's such a weird number. Why would you pick that number, Mike? Because that's actually my birthday, 4/6/68. So out of every $10, I'll donate $4.68 to them. I would love to have hundreds of dollars to be able to donate to them. I don't know. But whatever it is, whether we make $10, $1, doesn't matter, $4.68. And I'll do that throughout the entire month of April. So every time I'm on a show throughout the entire month of April, if I'm doing a live stream and I get any kind of a super chat, a rumble rant, doesn't matter where it comes from, every $10 $4.68, no matter where it comes from, whether it's Rumble, YouTube, any other program, I will donate that $4.68 to the Jericho Project. And we'll talk more about it on Sunday next week for my birthday. I don't expect anything special for my birthday. If you want, I want to play Dune Awakening. Looks to be a good game. Looks like it's going to be like $50. I got to put some money together to get that. Fantastic. There you go. I really don't have, I'm a minimalist. Believe it or not, I am a minimalist. I really don't buy a lot of stuff. So, but that's not to say I don't have bills. Got lots of those. So all the help you provide will be helpful. But just know that next Sunday, and I'm going to put out a video about this later today or tomorrow, every dollar you are able to donate will help charity as well. And I would appreciate that. I would appreciate that you share my birthday at least some time, whether you spend 5 minutes or 5 hours, or you want to try and see what I'm saying for the entire 12 hours. I guarantee you, I will be more entertaining in my marathon live stream than Marvel showing you the cast of Doomsday. I guarantee I will be more entertaining than what Marvel did. Marvel got 2 million viewers to watch them show people chairs. I will be on longer. I will be more entertaining. I would love to get to 2,000 viewers. That's it. 2,000 over the life of the 12 hours I will be on at a minimum. I want to have 2,000 viewers. That's what I want. That's my goal. 2,000 viewers for my birthday, and to be able to get like $468 for the charity for Jericho Project. That's what I would like to get for my birthday. That's the ultimate goal. Anything else is bonus. But with that said, Grace, you hit it by accident. I do that myself sometimes. That's all right. With that said, folks, I want to thank you for being here with me today. I thank you. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. I'm going to check out my buddy, Larry Sharp. He's over on Rumble right now. I want to go and support him a little bit. I look forward to talking to you all again very, very soon. Thanks, everyone.